over the channel, right, Ellen?
It is, yes.
Okay. YouTube as well, or does that happen after the fact?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And we're broadcasting by Zoom for this meeting as well, and also recording it at the same time. So I'm going to start by reading a.
Adam told me that it's just on YouTube at this point, no broadcast.
Okay, YouTube. Just so if anybody's
live
listening,
on YouTube.
If anyone's listening and wants to view it in some other way other than Zoom, you can catch it on the YouTube, the Kingston YouTube channel. So this is what date are we? May 18th, 2021. It's the planning board meeting for Kingston, New Hampshire. And we are meeting remotely, which is allowed under the emergency order, which is currently still in place. And so I need to read a bit of a lengthy statement here, which will make us legal for having this remote meeting. So as chair of the Kingston Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that we are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and participate in this meeting through dialing the following phone number, 929-205-6099, and the passcode is 865-2089-9551, and that's for joining by phone, or you can join with video, as those of you on the call are now, by using the web link, the web address that was listed on the agenda for this meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the website of the planning board, which can be found on the Town of Kingston's website, and that's www.kingstonnh.org. And going to the planning board's page, and you can find the agenda for this meeting with the appropriate information for connecting to it remotely. If anyone has a problem, they should call 603-642-3342, extension 6, which is the planning board's extension, or emailing the planning board at pb@kingstonnh.org. And both the phone and the email are being monitored. So if anyone is having a problem connecting up and hearing or seeing the meeting, they should try to reach out in one of those two ways. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. So we'll start by taking roll call of the board, and when each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you, and that is required under the right to know law for this remote meeting situation. All right, so I will go ahead and start. Glenn Koppelman, and I'm present, and I am in the room alone. Richard.
Present, in the room alone.
Lynn.
Present, in the room alone.
Peter Coffin.
Present, at home alone.
Okay, Chris Bashaw.
Present, currently alone.
All right, Peter Bakey.
Present, in the room alone.
And I think that's, did we have Steve? Hadfield?
Yep.
Steve,
Oh, Ellen.
and Steve, I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Okay, and Steve Patfield.
I'm in the room alone.
Okay. So Ellen and Steve are alternates for the board. Ellen is also our administrative assistant. And we are short one full member tonight. And I suspect that we might have a recusal on one of these applications. So Robin Duguay won't be with us. So Ellen, would you be willing to be voting in Robin's place?
Sure.
Okay. And Steve, if there's an opportunity for you for a recusal, we'll pull your number.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And okay, we'll do some other instructions as we need to, as we go. So the first hearing will be starting at 6:45. So in the meantime, we can try to do a couple of quick board business items. Perhaps the minutes of April 20. How about that?
Well, this is Peter Coffin. I'll move that we accept the minutes as submitted.
Okay. Motion by
For
Peter
April 20th.
Coffin.
I'll second the motion. I did notice one typo on page 8. The second line of page 8, it said channel 9.
Lynn,
Yes.
your volume is really low.
Oh,
Do you have a way to adjust that?
Move closer.
I don't know.
Oh,
Can you
are
hear
you-
me if I yell?
no.
Oh,
I can actually hear her fine.
Yeah, I can hear okay.
Really?
You may need to go into the settings tab.
Lynn, if everyone can hear you, that's fine. Go right ahead.
okay. The only typo I found was in line 2 on page 8, where it said channel 19, and I
Oh,
believe
yeah.
that was channel 9.
Yeah, I could set channel L9.
That was it.
Okay.
So Peter made the motion. Lynn, did you second it?
I did.
Okay. So then the motion would be to accept the minutes as with that one amendment.
Yes, please.
All right. Any further discussion on those minutes? All right, we'll call the roll then for those. Ellen, do you want to call the roll or do you want me to do it?
It doesn't matter to me, whatever you're comfortable with.
All right, I'll do it, and that'll take you off the hook for doing that in the minutes at the same time.
Sounds good.
Just need to find people. Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
This was for the 5th, correct?
the 20th, April
April
20th.
20th.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, Alan Faulkner
Yes.
and Glenn Koppelman is yes, so the motion carries unanimously. All right. We've got about 6 minutes. We have 2 pieces of correspondence that came in that don't need any action by the board, but Ellen did mail them out to all the board members, just FYI. One of them is dated April 28. It's from the Rockingham County Conservation District, and it was the witnessing of some test pits at Smallpox Road, tax map R1930. And the report is from Michael Cuomo, and he's the soil scientist for the Rockingham County Conservation District. So these are reports that are provided to us when test pits are witnessed on a given property. Glenn or Ellen, do you know if it says Smallpox Realty LLC? Is this related to the pond?
I have no idea.
I believe it's related to a pond different than the pond that is being constructed out there now.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
But I'm not sure, but I think so.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, it has an associated tax map number, and it will go into the file for that property. And we might see something at some point in time. Usually, if someone's doing test pits like that, it's in advance of some sort of development activity.
Correct.
Okay, the other piece of information we have, and again, this is informational, and I didn't read the whole thing, but it's from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. It is regarding the Methuen Falls Hydroelectric Company. It gives the project number and it says notice of intent to file license application, filing of pre-application document, and approving use of the traditional licensing process. And so this looks like it's, if it's hydroelectric, it's got to be an electricity producing dam of some sort. Glenn, do you know anything about this, or Ellen?
No.
Okay,
Just saw it today, actually, and no, I do not.
okay.
I'm happy to look into it if you'd like, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I'm just curious if, I suspect that they, the federal regulations must require them to provide notice to everyone, every
Within-
jurisdiction within a fairly wide swath.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and it doesn't indicate here that they're seeking any comments or input, but I mean, if you have any, when we meet next, Glenn, if you have any further information on it, it might be interesting.
All right.
I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it, but
No, there's a communications person there. I'll just contact her. And
okay. I don't ever recall getting one of these before. I mean, we often get notified of cell towers, but this was the first time I've ever seen one for a hydroelectric project.
yeah, the last one I remember getting was for the gas line.
Oh, right.
But that's been a long time.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, we're at 6:43. I think it's close enough that I'll start by reading the agenda item, the legal notice as it reads for the first hearing. And it's for Alternative Sales Corporation at 135 New Hampshire Route 125, tax map R13-10. The applicant is proposing to amend an existing site plan to include the addition of a 10,000 square foot metal on slab unheated warehouse. The application includes waiver requests to off-street parking requirements and property line buffers. Okay, so that's the legal notice. Yes, Chris, I expected to see you.
Yeah, cue the recusal you were expecting. I'll obviously have to recuse myself from this application, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to turn off my video as well.
All right, thank you. And as you know, Chris, when we get to the public comment period, if you have anything to add at that point, you're certainly welcome to do it during that time. Okay, all right. So Steve Padfield, I'm gonna pull your number for this one, so you'll be a voting member for this application.
Okay.
So that brings us to a full seven voting members which means that our two alternates are voting. Okay. Did I see Charlie come into there he is. Charlie, are you?
I am here. I trust everybody can hear me and see me.
Yes. Are you going to carry the discussion on this to start?
Sure, I could give everybody an introduction to the plan if you'd like.
Okay, why don't we start with that? And maybe if you could also introduce, there are a lot of people on the screen here, some of whom I recognize, some that I don't, but maybe you could let us know who from the applicant side is here for this application.
Sure. Charlie Zilchum, SCC and Associates. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board staff. I'm here with Jim Hanley from Civil Design, although I don't see him on here quite yet, but I imagine he'll be joining us pretty soon. As you know, Civil Design does all of our grading, drainage work, and he'll be joining in with us tonight. And we're both here on behalf of Bob Lumna. He's the owner of Ovit LLC, and you'll see Ovit identified on your screen.
Yep.
And Bob is in the center of the screen there, and his son, John. And then he's also the applicant or the property owner, Alternative Sales Corp. And I'm here on behalf of his amended site plan.
Okay.
So with that, if you like, I'd kind of run the board through the proposal.
Okay, Charlie, if you could hang on just a second. During
Sure.
my introduction, I forgot to mention that we had two additional staff with us.
Okay.
Glenn Greenwood, town planner, and Dennis Quintal, our town engineer. So, and you'll be hearing from both of them on the 3 applications that are before us tonight. So, okay, Charlie, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm sure everybody knows Alternative Sales. They're somewhat prominent right on the side of 125. It's a business that sells and/or reconditions new and pre-owned restaurant and food service equipment. I'm sure you see their vehicles on the road, and like I said, their establishment is right there on the side of 125. So maybe if you turn to sheet 2 to start with, I trust everybody has a set of plans to look at.
Charlie, if you think it would be helpful, especially perhaps for members of the public, to show it on the screen, you're welcome to share your screen.
I don't have it set up for that,
Oh, okay.
but I could run you through it.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so this is a commercial site. Like I said, it's located on the east side of Route 125. The property itself is 5.6 acres in size. It has 701 feet of frontage along the side of the highway. And it also has frontage on Meeks Road, about 573 feet of frontage on Meeks Road. So it's on the west side of Meeks Road and on the east side of Route 125. Is everybody familiar with the property is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The site itself lies entirely within the commercial 3 zone, as well as both of the abutting properties on the north and south of the site, and all the properties across the street on 125. That's all commercial 3 zone. One of the other overlying districts is a small portion of the site is within the Aquifer Protection District. You'll see that line on the back side of the lot, outside of where all the improvements are. The site's not within a flood hazard area, and it's not within a shoreline protection district. So situated on the property is the Alternative Sales Corp commercial building. The main building is 10,884 square feet in size, and that building is utilized for their main office. It's used for storage. They have a display area in there, and they have some reconditioning space for the commercial equipment. So adjacent to the main building, you'll see on that sheet, is a smaller 800 square foot small office building that's directly to the south of it. And then beyond that, they have an 1,196 square foot storage garage. And then on the north side, they have a much larger 6,300 square foot storage building. So you can see how those are all kind of situated on the property. The main building itself is served by its own individual on-site septic system and water supply. So that's how that's all tied together. So access to the site, as you can see, is there's basically 2 driveways off of Route 125. Both of the driveways are located on the south side of the existing building and allow for both employee, customer, as well as the tractor trailer access. They all generally use those 2 access points. In front of the building, a large parking area is located, and that provides parking for employees, customers, as well as an access for the commercial vehicles. So there is limited access to the rear of the main building via a gravel driveway that allows for access to storage and shipping and receiving areas in the back of the building. So you can see on the south side of the building, there's a fairly thin, not overly easy to access gravel driveway. And then there's some access on the north side of the building. So they do have access in and around the building, although somewhat limited. So the business now employs approximately 30 full-time, part-time, and transient workers. Traffic to and from the site on a typical business day would show approximately 8 to 10 tractor trailers coming in, about 8 single unit trucks, and perhaps 15 to 20 customers on any given day coming in and out of there. So as noted, the site makes use of 2 access points from Route 125. The southerly access lends itself to accepting most of the tractor trailer traffic coming in from the south. And then the more northerly of the 2 entrances is a mix of tractor trailer, customer, and employee traffic coming in from either direction, either from the north or the south. And so once the on site, the tractor trailers have to make their way through the parking area located in front of the main building on the way to the storage building, the larger storage building on the north side. So the mixed use of on-site vehicle access, maneuvering and parking is not efficient. And as well as the need for additional storage have resulted in this proposal. So basically, business is good. He needs more storage area, and the way the vehicles come in and out mixed with customer employee traffic doesn't work very well for him. It's a logistical difficulties there. So that brings us to what this proposal is. So maybe you could turn your attention to sheets 3 and 4, perhaps 3 to begin with. So what this is a proposal to construct a 10,000 square foot metal on slab unheated warehouse behind the main building. Everybody can see what that is. The building be utilized for warehousing the restaurant equipment and will feature full 2-bay loading dock as well as 2 other ground level bay door access. The building will have a small office but will not have a bathroom or kitchen. The use is primarily for storage, more like the building on the north side of the site right now, purely storage. So it will be heated, but it just won't have septic and sewer and just a very small office space. They need warehouse room, and that's the primary focus of this building. So prior to doing all this, we had a conceptual approval with DOT. What we're looking to do is change the 2 site entrances. So the southerlymost entrance will remain, and then what we'll do is we'll make that we'll slightly reconfigure that to allow for a 2-way access for all the vehicles on the southerly access. Then the tractor trailers and trucks, once they're on site, will now continue around the south side of the main building through a proposed 1-way paved access leading to the proposed warehouse. A parking area, loading and maneuvering area will be provided around the warehouse. So you can see it'll come in through that access point around the southerly side of the building to the new warehouse, and then we'll have parking over there, and we'll have some pretty generous maneuvering areas so we can back the 18-wheelers up, loading docks in the face of that building, as well as a side bay door access for smaller trucks. So it works pretty well for them. So the middle access, which was the northerly access, that will be closed, and we'll create a new access at the north side of the main building. So the new access will be exit only for the tractor trailers and trucks, as well as other employee and customer vehicles. So in total, the 2 points would effectively separate the customer and employee parking area from the truck access and maneuvering areas. So that's kind of a big deal for these guys. It's been really difficult to have these tractor trailers come in where people are trying to park and customers are coming in and out of. So this will give them the ability to get the tractor trailers out to the back of the property behind the main building. And then when the tractor trailers are done with their business, whether they're loading or unloading, then they'll go out to this new northern access and not have to affect the people in the main parking area in front of the building. So it's a much improved plan over what they have right now. So if you could just take a look at sheet 4. So on that sheet, you'll see this is our grading and drainage plan. So in an effort to provide stormwater treatment to accommodate the increased impervious areas of both the building and the pavement, we designed a large infiltration basin north of the proposed warehouse in the paved area. Does everybody see what that is? So this infiltration basin will collect runoff via sheet flow, as well as trenched and gutter flows. It will be equipped with a sediment 4-bay as well as an overflow structure, typical infiltration basin that you see in most of these designs now. So we put together, with the help of civil design, a fairly comprehensive and detailed stormwater design. And we also have in place a nice erosion control plan that will be placed at the limits of all the disturbed areas, not paved. All the disturbed areas and all areas that aren't paved will be loamed and seeded on the site. So we'll capture as much as we possibly can. There really isn't any drainage on the property right now. So this will help in respect to capturing a lot of that area, not only for what we're proposing now, but it also captures some of the existing areas as well. So it's a nice improvement as well to the site. So the other improvements to the plan, as always, include the addition of handicap parking. We're going to redo some parking lot striping to get some more order to it and get additional spaces out there. There'll be some tree buffering for that area on the south side of the property. We're coming in with our proposed access way. And of course, things like signage and limited additional lighting. Won't be a lot of lighting for this, just basically at the bay door access points. So as far as I know, there's no known variances required. We do have 2 waivers. I think the chairman touched on that. The only state approvals are for DES for the septic system. We've upgraded the septic system and we have that permit. And then we had a conceptual approval from DOT. Once we got to that point, we submitted the full design plans to them. That's under review right now. And we don't have a permit from them as of yet, but I hope to have that soon. So this application, as I noted, is an amendment to previous site plans that were put forth. I think there was 3 other site plans that went through this board in the years prior to. So this has been, an ongoing developed site. Like I said, his business is doing well there. And so he's looking to capture the business and have a good place to store some of his product. So I think that's about what I needed to talk about it initially, and I'll just kind of turn it back to the board.
Okay, thanks, Charlie.
Thank you.
And just as an FYI, it appears that you've requested 3 waivers. One of them for, let's see.
One's for preliminary mandatory review.
Regarding property line buffers, which you touched on.
Yep.
The requirement for, I believe the parking needs a waiver. And then the preliminary review.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, what we're going to do now is hear from our town planner and our town engineer, both of whom have reviewed the plans and have written memo comments for the board. And the board has received copies of them. And Charlie, presumably you've seen them as well.
I just got the ones from Glenn, had a quick chance to review that just as I sat down tonight, but I have not seen anything from Dennis.
Okay, all right. Well, Dennis is going to go over it and we'll certainly make sure that you get a copy of it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Glenn, or would you like to start?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I hate to read this, but that's what I'm going to have to do. So bear with me. This is the first public hearing for this application to construct a 10,000 square foot warehouse on this commercially zoned property. The board should consider voting to invoke jurisdiction at this hearing. And from my perspective, the plan is complete for such a determination. The applicant has requested waivers that need to be considered by the board. The following are my comments upon reviewing the plan entitled Alternative Sales Corp. Amended Site Plan. The property is located, number 1, the property is located in the C3 zoning district. The present use is wholesale sales of commercial kitchen equipment. The proposed use is a warehouse facility for storage of associated stock for the business. Although warehousing is not specifically called out in the permitted uses for the zone, accessory uses to permitted uses are allowed, and a storage facility for inventory sold by the business seems to fit this definition. So my whole reason for doing that comment is to explain to the board that I think that this proposal complies with the zoning ordinance. And I wanted to go on record as saying that. A portion of the property lies within the Aquifer Protection District. According to representations on the tax maps, the district line includes land that's not associated with the proposed development, although it is on the property. However, the close proximity of the district line leads to potential interpretation issues. The board should determine whether they feel the Aquifer Protection District applies to the proposal. No buildings are proposed on the land shown on the tax maps to be within the APD, but some grading work is proposed to occur right at that district line. So that's something I think the board needs to have a discussion about. Comment number 3, are there no wetlands found on the site? As I look at the plan, I don't find any. If that's the case, there should be a note added to the plan that states that. From my perspective, the property is bounded on the back property line by a residential zone. This means that there are increased buffer areas along the back property line, These have been shown on the proposed site plan. The site boundaries on this property abut parcels located, I'm sorry, the side boundaries of this property abut parcels located in the C3 zone. The ordinance indicates that side yard setbacks for structures are 20 feet for these locations. In addition, the setback for access lanes are 10 feet in these locations. However, the town site plan review regulations indicate that side yard buffers between non-residential use and residential use must be 50 feet. The applicant first off does show the 50-foot buffer that would be required for the use being residential, even though that use is zoned commercial. And they show the 50 feet. The applicant has asked for a waiver of the standard for a section of their access way to the new warehouse. And that's depicted fairly clearly, actually very clearly, on both sheets 3 and 4 plan set.
And that's the area, Glenn, where they're proposing that line of arborvitae?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And that is the area that first, that one of those 3 waivers
Okay.
is being requested. Issue number 6, C3 indicates that parking should not be located nearer than 15 feet to the front property line. 18 new spaces are proposed within this setback area. In an odd allowance in the zoning ordinance for C3, the planning board has the right to determine whether or not these parking spaces are appropriate according to section 110. That should be 110. I have it as a 100. It should be 110 6B2E. This must be determined by the board. It's something that you need to talk about because the ordinance specifically allows the planning board to have leeway to determine that there can be parking closer. It is something that the board should discuss. And I mentioned this, and I mentioned a comment in this that the board should be cognizant that there is an allowance being asked for the actual waiver of parking standards on the site that I talk about in issue number 7. So 6 and 7 are somewhat tied. The plan indicates that there is a lack of parking provided on site according to the town's regulations, because the town's regulations stipulate that the proposed uses on site require 64 spaces. Only 47 proposed spaces are offered. And there is a waiver request to exempt the remaining 17 spaces that aren't provided. The bulk of the required spaces result from the calculation for the roughly 23,000 square feet of warehousing found on the site at full build out. It would be helpful if Charlie could just indicate on the plan the additional storage areas that are pretty much warehouse, that his determination for the warehousing spaces are. There's certainly, it's clear that the warehousing building up front is included. I think maybe there are areas on the existing other building that has mostly office and retail of some storage areas. So if that could just be clarified, that would be helpful in the discussion about parking. I presume that the applicant will argue that our standard requires excess parking for warehousing use. I'll let him address that as he talks about the waiver request. I question whether the plan note indicating lot coverage at build out as being 35% seems closer to 30. It seems closer to 50% to my eye. I would appreciate the applicant reviewing these calculations with the board. This is still less than the 75% that is allowed by the C3 zone. But if the board determines that the Aquifer Protection District is more impactful on this site, see my note 2 above, then the standard becomes 35%. And we're right at that borderline. So I wanted the board to be cognizant of that and thinking about if there is additional impact by the Aquifer Protection District. What is the total building height? I couldn't get that off the building elevations, but it does seem to be well within our town standard for height. I'd just like it to be indicated on the building elevation if possible. One of the other aspects of the plan that Charlie didn't talk about, it's really small, but there is a sugar shack that's being proposed for the site. And I wasn't sure if that sugar shack was going to be used commercially, if it was something that was going to be used just privately, if it was going to be open to the public. If it is going to be more a public building, then there should be a building elevation provided for it as well. Number 11, the planning board should determine what on-site improvement is necessary in conjunction with this plan to establish active and substantial improvement at the end of this process to protect the approved plan from future regulatory changes. I mentioned that as a comment, but that's that determination about what is active and substantial is done by the board usually toward the end of the process. Does this new warehouse result in the need for expansion of the septic system, which Charlie just talked about? The plan states there is a septic capacity for 30 employees. And you're indicating that there are 30 employees. So does this mean that really this warehouse space isn't creating a need for additional employees? It's just business would be the same. They just have the additional storage space that they require to do their work more effectively. Are the proposed 2 relocated dumpsters all that are necessary for the increased activity on site? It's just a question. They now exist in front of one of the existing buildings and are proposed to be moved back to the warehouse, if I'm reading the plan right. So just some comment on that would be helpful. Project requires an amended access permit from NHDOT. The applicant has provided traffic generation estimates for this project. Does the planning board wish to have this information reviewed by our traffic consultant? That's certainly something that's allowable by the board. I've looked at the report. It seems fairly straightforward. I'm not a traffic engineer. It seems to indicate that there isn't a great deal of increased traffic. It will be interesting to see if that information is all that NHDOT requires. I would bet that it is, but like I say, I'm not a traffic engineer, so wanted to make that point clear, planning board members. And those are the comments I have on the plan.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. I've sort of put little notes on your memo. There are a number of places where when the board gets into discussion, it's gonna need to take up several issues as we go along. I'd like to ask Charlie one question though before I move on to Dennis. The question of and it sort of relates to the traffic generation as well. If the sugar shack were to operate commercially, then for a limited amount of time in the spring, there could be a lot of retail type traffic generated. But so maybe you could address that one now and tell us what that's all about.
Okay, I know that Bob Lumna was looking to have that added. I believe it was for his personal use. And so I'm gonna have to
Wondered about that.
Defer back to him for clarification on that. And if it is for commercial use, then we'll have to certainly provide additional information that Glenn had mentioned, as well as yourself.
Yeah, and I would imagine that that if it were intended to be used commercially, although it's only for a short period of time each year, that could affect the DOT permitting as well.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to raise that while I thought about it. And all right.
It's, if I'm on speaker, it's for strictly personal use, not commercial. We don't sell syrup or anything like that. It's personal use.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers that question. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I thought that might be the case.
Okay, thank you. All right. Dennis, would you like to go through your comments?
Sure, thank you. So I got copies of the plans, the applications, the letter of authorization, and butters list, and the stormwater calculations from Civil Design Consultants on May 10th. So after review, I found these comments. Number one, sheet 1, note 24, I believe the reference should be 908.16.6 and it reads 908.16.9. Number 2, Article 9045 G7 requires that the plans, engineering plans, be stamped by an engineer. So that should be provided on the plans. Number 3, Article 904.12 requires bonding to comply with 907, Article 907, and the requirements for Article 907. Number 4, detail sheet number 5, the typical surface treatment cross-section. The town regulations require 1.5 inches of wearing surface asphalt and 2.5 inches of base asphalt surface. The detail shows 1 inch and 2 inch base, where this is just privately owned and not maybe a lot of traffic. I would not have an objection to a waiver if the board requires a waiver for that in this specific case. Number 5, soil test pit data has been provided for test pits number 1 through 4. I don't know if they were witnessed by a town agent, but typically test pits are. The test pit for the proposed sanitary disposal system must be witnessed by a town agent. And if or when that septic plan is approved, then the state approval number should be on the plan. Number 6, the stormwater calculations and design appear adequate for the control of surface runoff from the proposed changes to the site. And number 7, I have no objection to the submitted waivers that have been submitted. So those are my comments, and certainly can answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Glenn, the issue of the travelway, the requirement of base and final coat being different than the town's requirement. Do you have any input on that?
I don't really have any input on that. I don't,
Should it be a waiver request?
I guess it should be, yes.
All right.
It deviates, so it should be.
Charlie, you might want to be working on on something to that effect.
Or I could add that into it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, so where we go? Oh, let me, while we're on the subject of commentary, we do have some town department input as well, assuming that I can lay my hands on it here. All right, fire department, and this is from Brian Gallant. There are 2 comments. One, that the development, the building must comply with National Fire Protection Association codes, and that it must comply with all Kingston town ordinances. I'm assuming he's referring to anything related to fire in the town ordinances. Health department, Richard, this is you. No comment. Well, I have a question for you, Richard.
Go ahead.
Did you happen to notice that the new building appears to be on the well?
The
As such, as the health officer, do you have any issues there?
no, but also just to add a comment on the septic, I did a bed bottom inspection and a final inspection probably a couple of weeks ago, so they probably don't have the state approval back yet, but it was done. I thought maybe the well was going to change locations.
It didn't look that way to me on the plan. Charlie, can you address that now?
No, we're gonna capture that well within the building. It's pretty much, we're gonna be taking some material out of that area to level it off, and we'll cut the well casing down. It'll be capped and it'll be within the building.
Okay.
Common.
That's not an issue. I mean, I don't know if I would advise it, but that's something they would do at their own risk for future working.
Right. Presumably it's a drilled well.
It is.
Yeah, okay. All right. And the building inspector submitted a sheet and it indicates that he has no comments. Okay. So that completes town planner, town engineer, and town department comments. Before we open it for public comment, and once I do that, when we're ready to do that, I'll explain how we're going to do it. I'm assuming that some of the folks on this call are probably here as members of the public, perhaps abutters. Does the board have any discussion that they would like to entertain at this point before I open it for public comment?
Can I just make one comment?
Yes, Charlie.
Yeah, as Glenn read through his letter, he mentioned the parking in front of the building. We're not really proposing any new pavement along the 125 side. That's already existing paved parking area. And they're not really taking advantage of that space with the striping out there now. So what we did is we went back in and we're not proposing any new pavement there. We're just proposing to restripe that area. So I just want to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn, this is Peter.
Peter? I
had one of the things that was brought up was about the number of employees and, hence the septic loading, everything else. My impression is this is just inventory storage. It's not a warehouse operation as we just are proposed up farther up 125. That's not the business, it's warehousing. This is just inventory storage. And is this an increase in number of employees or what is the existing number of employees compared to the 30 that are proposed?
It's 30 now, roughly.
Oh, okay, so there's no increase in.
That always fluctuates with the economy.
Right.
He maxes out about 30 employees. And if you look at any of the previous site plans, they had approval for outside storage areas behind the building.
Right,
and they basically want to reduce that and get the outside storage of material within a building, as well as they also have storage outside of the existing storage building. So they basically want to be able to take everything that's outside, get it inside, increase the amount of storage they can have in it. And they're not looking to increase employees. They've got plenty of employees to handle this new area. It's just primarily, this is really about storage for them more than anything.
That's what I was guessing, that the parking issue, the waiver for the parking issue is really not something we have to look at as this being a new business going in there and requiring more employee parking. That this is just inventory storage and it's not really adding a new business. So I don't see that this kind of business really needs as many parking spaces as our town ordinances require for given amount of office space or building space. So that's what I was just clarifying is the number of employees is pretty much stable.
Yeah, Bob and I talked about that quite a bit. When I did the initial calculation, as it comes out, it would require 64 spaces. And as Glenn surmised, a lot of that is based on the amount of warehouse that we have. And if you're not increasing your employees and you've got 30 spaces now plus, you really don't need that many more spaces. I know Bob and I, like I said, we went back and forth on it. I tried to get more spaces out here and he knows his business way better than I do. And he said he doesn't need that many, but we came up to a number about 47 and that was what we're asking the waiver for. And he thought that was by far more than adequate to serve customer and employees and any sort of service coming in and out of this building. Or is
my guess is this kind of business doesn't have a lot of stop-in business, customers that just swing in to go shopping. It's they want a commercial stove and they call up and order one and it gets delivered out of there. So
that's exactly it.
Yeah.
And Ellen?
I just want a clarification, Charlie, because what I wrote down made no sense. So you said that there was previous approval for outside storage, but you're trying to reduce that by bringing things in. But then I heard you say but we've also added outside storage, and that did make sense to me.
Oh,
So,
no, I'm sorry. If maybe
no, my fault.
I didn't say it correctly, but there's also additional outside storage around that northerly storage building. And they want to reduce that as well. They want to get that inside as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions from the board at this point? All right, seeing nothing, no board members indicating they'd like to speak. So we'll do public comment at this point, and the way we're going to do it, Glenn, if you would open up the chat function, and if you are an abutter or a member of the public who would wish to ask a question or make a comment, we ask that you go into the chat function in your Zoom and put in your name and your address, and we'll then I can recognize you, and you can unmute, and we'll get you onto the meeting. All right, so I've got the chat function. It looks like it's open and it's live. There's nothing there at the moment, but let me. I think I can see everyone on the screen actually. If you think you're going to be commenting on this, and if you have your video on, if you could raise your hand, and that way I'll have a sense for who might be wanting to speak. And I'm not seeing any. Okay. Glenn, anything? I don't see anything in chat yet.
I see nothing.
All right, I'm gonna give it another few seconds because sometimes it takes a while for folks to get their bearings on finding the button and putting in their information. So,
Glenn, if you're waiting for a question, I can.
Yes.
The thing I remember most about previous approvals on this, and I haven't been to the site for a long time, so I'm really unclear on where this may wind up landing. But the biggest thing that was the issue previously by any of your butters was lighting on the building. So is there anything on the backside of the building that might be going to impact any of the residential abutters or anything, Charlie? I just remember that was a main issue previously. It doesn't look like you have anything that's going to.
No, and it's a good point, Alan. We talked about that at length. Really all he needs lighting for is, it's pretty nominal. It just needs it for the bay door access. So we're not proposing any sort of additional lamp lighting anywhere else other than just directly on the building. Of course, it'll be shielded lighting directed down, and just just to open up lighting around the bays, the two bays in the front of the building, then you have a bay on the side. We didn't want to have any lighting on the side that faces out towards Meeks Road. You can see we have none proposed there, nor do we have any on that, I guess you'd call it the southerly side of that proposed building, which would face probably one of the closest abutters on the south side of the property, who's still well over 150 feet away.
Okay. Charlie, while we're on the subject of lighting, I'm assuming that because this site was developed quite a while back, some of the original lighting probably doesn't comply with the current lighting ordinance, but anything new that's added as a result of this activity would, as you have indicated, would have to be, fully shielded, downcast lighting.
Yes, correct.
All right, and they've put a note on the plan to that effect.
Okay. Okay, nothing has come in to chat requesting public comments, so I'm going to close public comment at 7:25. I forget when Ellen, you probably made a note when we opened it, but we're closing public comment now at 7:25. Okay. Okay, so back to the board. The first thing we should probably do is, before we discuss this any further, if the board feels, as Glenn does, that this meets the requirements for starting the time clock on this for review, and that it meets the completeness criteria, we should be making a motion to invoke jurisdiction.
I make a motion, we invoke jurisdiction.
And this is Peter, I'll second that.
Motion by
Peter,
Lynn Merrill, second by Peter Coffin. Discussion? All right, I will call the roll. Ellen?
Okay, yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
yes.
Steve Padfield?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman, yes. Did we get 7 there, Ellen?
You did.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Okay, so just for the reference of folks who might not be familiar with it, that starts the 65-day clock that the board has that much time. It doesn't need to take that much time, but the state law gives the board that much time to do the review process if it needs that much. Okay. Well, I'd like to go back through Glenn's comments, and I made several notes where he raises some issues. And the one that Dennis also asked, we could put that on the list, perhaps requiring an additional waiver beyond the 3 that Charlie has asked for. Let's see. The first one was, Glenn was, indicating that, yes, this is a warehouse building, but it's really a storage building for stock. And therefore, in Glenn's opinion, it's considered, he feels that it could be considered an accessory use to the existing business as opposed to a separate warehousing activity. So does the board have any comment or issues with that? Unless you speak up otherwise, I'm assuming you're agreeing with Glenn that it's an accessory use and therefore no need to discuss it further.
Agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, seeing nothing to the contrary, then we'll consider that one okay. The one about the Aquifer Protection District.
I'll make a comment on that. I think it was last meeting with Dana, I made a comment about the aquifer. That's the part of town where you can go to a tax card, it'll say one thing and the map will say another. So it's a very hard area to put an exact line on the aquifer. So I can see why they had some question about how much of it was on there, where the line was.
And Glenn's comment, as you were discussing this, Glenn, you said that although the new construction activity doesn't impact it based on the maps, some of the grading and groundwork does.
A very limited amount of grading at the bottom side, where they do some grading for the infiltration basin, but it's not really particularly near the infiltration basin. It's just grading that they're doing to make that whole process work. So from my perspective, it seems really minimal. My main reason for commenting on this is because they are showing the line as our records show the line. They've drawn it directly from our information. And they have made every attempt, from my perspective, to keep all construction and building activity out of that area, to try to, I would expect, avoid any of the complications that the APD would create, because we'd then be looking at a conditional use permit process. This is an allowed use, but if it's an APD, then we have to do that process. There are a lot of ways that that district would impact this site. I wanted the board to be aware that we're dealing with a property that's right at that line. I didn't want people, I'd hate for you to look at this and then if we continue this, to have somebody ask you in the middle of the grocery store the next time you're there, how can you let something happen in the Aquifer Protection District? Just wanted the board to be aware that they could have that discussion. I'm not advocating that I think that this should be looked at as being within the Aquifer Protection District. I think that they're representing the information that the town uses and has applied this way. I just wanted it not to be unknown.
So we did some test pitting out there. And I think we did kind of a cross section through the property with test pits as we were looking at it for drainage. And I don't have that information right in front of me. I'll have to go back and revisit that. But a test pit will tell you quite a bit, whether it's a glacial till soil that typically found over bedrock, or you get sands and things that you'd find associated more with an aquifer. I think if my recollection is correct, that these were more till soils that we were experiencing in the test pits, which would indicate that the aquifer line is correct. It's further away from the site development as shown on the plan. But give me a chance to take a look at that, and I can kind of get that over to you, Glenn, for your review as well.
Okay. So that also feeds into your comment number 8, Glenn, which if in fact we were dealing with the Aquifer Protection District, it changes the amount of impervious cover limits. So
if I could just get you to look at that again, Charlie, it just, from my perspective, it seems like there's more than 35% lot coverage here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me. I'll definitely check those calculations. You may be right. Hopefully my draftsman didn't miss this, but he's usually very, very particular about gathering all the pavement areas, and he's over the top about it. So I'd be surprised, but I'll definitely check that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
all right.
And Glenn, just, this is Peter Coffin. Just, I assume that they're going to be using best management practices for the retention, the barriers during construction, especially where it's close to the edge of that aquifer, dead zone. I know in the shoreland areas, anywhere that's near a brook or a river, we would require that. And I guess Dennis Quintel could answer this question. If just because it's an aquifer protection zone, would we require barriers or anything on the edge of the construction area?
Well, that would have to happen regardless of whether it's in the aquifer. I mean, that's all. That's
right,
all.
but yeah, and there's quite a bit of slope there, and I just was curious if that's in fact the case.
Charlie, are the erosion control measures called out on your plan set?
Yeah, if you look at sheet 4 again, you'll see that the entire base of that slope, that we're proposing core log, the erosion control basically all along the entire base of it.
That's what that says. Okay. Yep. COIR lock. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
All right. So I'm still going through Glenn's comments here and checking them off. So you're going to do some follow-up, Charlie, on checking the percent of impervious cover. We've already determined that the sugar shack is personal use. Therefore, it might be worth putting a note somewhere on the plan just so that there isn't any confusion about that down the line.
I'm glad to add that.
And of course, then the pending DOT permit because of your rearrangement of the entrances there. So that's going to be a pending item.
Now with DOT, that's been out there for about a month now. So I would expect comments to come back fairly shortly from them.
Yep.
We did supplement the application. Like I said, we gave them the full design plans. They had already had the traffic study or the traffic memo. And then we gave them sightline plans for each one of the entrances so that they could see that we had clearly had the 400 feet of sightline for each entrance, the existing and the proposed.
Okay. All right. And then the one comment of Dennis's that I flagged was as I said before, the potential waiver request for the thickness of base and top coat. Does the board feel that this is going to require a waiver? And Glenn, do you have do you have guidance for us on this? Do you think it should?
Do I think it should require a waiver?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a deviation. It's a departure.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's
Okay.
clearer to have it be done by a waiver.
Okay. And you probably answered that question when I asked it the first time. I just didn't.
I did, and then I thought you were asking me how I feel about the actual waiver request, and I was going to say, I really want Dennis to weigh in on that. It's an issue that I think he's better addressing than me.
Well,
But we don't even have the waiver request.
well, that's right. We don't have it yet.
You don't.
Okay. All right. So again, Charlie, this is direction to you that you might want to be putting that together so that we could discuss it at some point. But in the meantime, we do have 3 waivers in front of us. And I would think that we might be at a point where we'd want to be discussing these and dealing with them. Would that be appropriate?
Richard's waving at you.
Oh, Richard, yes.
I will make a motion. I'll take the easy one that we approve the reduced parking
Well,
waiver.
all right. Well, I appreciate that, but I think we probably should read the waivers because.
I thought you did earlier.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
No. So
Maybe
let me read
that was
them, Richard.
Luann's comment that said what they wanted.
Well,
Okay.
yes, but there are folks on this call who had not had the benefit of reading them as members of the board have. So, and this is a public hearing, so we should be going through these. Let's start with what I think is the first one in the process, which is the preliminary review one. And these are all submitted in writing by Charlie Zilch of SEC and Associates on behalf of Ovid LLC. First request, please accept this letter as a formal request to waive the Town of Kingston Site Plan Regulation 904.3A, requiring a preliminary review. And the reason for it is that this is an amended application, proposes primarily a warehouse with access changes to an existing and approved site. The proposed changes comply with current zoning and do not change the use of the site. Altogether, the application is complete and can be reviewed as a formal application. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Charlie Zilch. Is anyone inclined to make a motion on that waiver?
I'll make a motion to waive the requirement for preliminary review.
Okay, motion by
Second.
Ellen,
Second.
Reason stated.
second by Richard. All right, further discussion.
I can add for the reasons stated in the request if you like. I heard someone mention that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, further discussion? There being none, I will call the roll on that vote. Ellen,
Yes?
Richard,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Steve Padfield,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Glenn Koppelman, yes. Did I get them all?
You did.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. We'll do the next. We'll do yours, Richard, the one you wanted to talk about. Okay. This is the one related to parking. Dear members of the board, please accept this letter as a formal request to waive the Town of Kingston's Site Plan Regulation 904.15B1 relating to off-street parking requirements. This well-established business currently employs 30 full-time, part-time, and transient (parentheses drivers, workers). On a normal business day, there are approximately 15 to 20 customers and 2 to 4 small delivery vehicles entering the site at different times. Based upon this information, the amount of parking spaces necessary to support the existing business is approximately 33 to 35 spaces. Based on the Town of Kingston site plan table of parking requirements, this site with the proposed warehouse would need 64 spaces. Our proposal provides 47 total spaces. When considered that the owner is not anticipating any new or additional employees to support the proposed warehouse, (parentheses which by parking requirement adds an additional 20 spaces, close parentheses. The amount of spaces provided meets and exceeds the needs of the business. Thank you for your consideration, Charlie Silch.
Motion to approve the waiver.
For the
Second.
reasons stated in the request.
Reason stated, and the fact that I go there and shop, and I've never failed to pull right in and go into a parking spot. I've never seen a limited access of parking.
Second,
Okay, so motion by Richard, second by Lynn. Further discussion? All right, we'll call the roll. Ellen,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Lynn,
yes,
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Steve Patfield,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Glenn Koppelman, yes. So that passes, that's unanimous. And the third waiver that we have in our hands is the one relating to the buffering. And it reads, please accept this letter as a formal request to waive the Town of Kingston's Site Plan Regulation 904.6D relating to property line buffers. This application is to expand the existing commercial business by providing additional warehouse, shipping, and receiving space behind the existing main building. In order to access the space and eliminate the traffic conflict with the tractor trailers accessing the customer/employee parking area in front of the main building, a separate access is proposed. This access is along the south side of the main building, which will run along the back of the main building to the proposed warehouse. Once the tractor trailer is loaded and unloaded, it will leave the warehouse through an access at the north side of the main building out to Route 125. One area of the buffer will be affected with the proposed access, and this is located at the southeast corner of the site at abutting tax lot R13-9. Currently, R13-9 is a commercially zoned, it's C3, but used residentially, which requires a 50-foot vegetated buffer. At its closest point to the property line, the new access will be approximately 30 feet from the property line. This is necessary to allow for a proper tractor trailer turning radius around the building. In lieu of the lesser buffer distance, a dense buffer of arborvitae is proposed. This buffer will be a minimum of 6 feet tall and will be 15 feet wide as required. It should be noted that currently there is a gravel access that is partly within the buffer, and that several of the previously approved site plans for this site allowed a similar access within the same section of the buffer, but were never constructed. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Charlie Zilch.
Glenn, can I ask a question before we do a motion?
Sure.
Charlie, do you have, I mean, this seems that it's going to be much better traffic flow in and off of, in the site and off of Route 125. I took a quick look. I'm sure I missed it. Are you going to have signage that's going to help people know that the trucks go one way and the cars stay out of that? And will there be some sort of signage?
Yeah, we have, if you go back to sheet 3.
See, I was going the other way.
As you can see at the southerly access, we have a stop sign for vehicles coming out with a stop bar. And then we have a one-way sign as you come in on the right-hand side. See where the snow storage area is?
Yep.
There'll be a one-way sign posted there that allows just the one-way traffic around the backside of the building.
Good.
And then we also have a do not enter sign. If you go over the north entrance and on the north side of the building, the existing building, we have a do not enter sign there. So that'll help prevent people from going into that tractor trailer area in the wrong direction. And then again, we have another stop bar and sign on the northerly access and a do not enter on that end of it. That's a one-way out.
And on the existing storage trailers, the snow storage, that's not an issue, that there are trailers in front of the snow storage? And that's one section? I drive by the site probably faster than I should. So I don't know if that's an issue that,
There's a gravel pad right next to those two storage trailers.
so the snow can get in.
Yeah, so they can push
storage.
through that parking lot right to the backside of that gravel pad. And that'll get it out of the way.
Okay,
And then the 4 storage trailers they have on the east side of that storage building, you can move those back onto a gravel pad and get those out of the way.
I see that. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions on the request for the waiver regarding the buffering? If there are no questions, then a motion would be in order.
This is Peter Coffin. I'll move. We approve the.
Lynn, were you trying to speak?
Oh, you're muted, Lynn. Go ahead.
You're all
Sorry
set.
about that. I was just going to make the motion that we waive the buffer zones.
I saw you speaking, and I assumed that's what you were doing.
Yeah,
So we'll
Thank you.
take Lynn's motion and Peter Coffin's second. How's that?
Second, that waive the that buffer zone is shown on that plan.
For the reasons stated in the request,
Yeah, and the addition of the arborvitae.
as shown on the plan.
As shown on the plan, exactly, in that one location.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion and the second. Is there discussion further on that?
I have one thing I just want to ask because I don't want to make a lot of noise looking at the plan.
Yeah.
This is a picayune thing because I'm going to say yes on the motion, but is there anything that says that the buffer needs to be maintained or something in case they all die? Which we've had some issues in the past, so I'm just asking the question. Charlie, do you have anything that says?
No, but I really have no objection to saying that buffer is to remain in good standing or healthy,
Yeah.
something to that
However,
effect.
Well, I believe the regulation actually says that has to be the case, and it wouldn't hurt to have a note on the plan indicating that.
I'd gladly add that.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? All right, I'll assume you're ready for the vote. I'll call the roll. Ellen?
yes?
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Steve Patfield?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman is yes, so that's unanimous as well. All right, so Charlie, the three waiver requests have been granted. I don't know if you've drafted the other one or if you are going to be doing that at a later time.
I think what I'll do is I've got a number of comments to address here.
Okay.
Unless the board is considering any sort of a conditional approval. I don't know if you're at that or not. Gladly, we could do that and make that a condition of approval, or I could.
Well, we probably shouldn't do the waiver request under a, that should not be a condition, I don't think, but.
Can I ask the board to stop for 1 second? Because I have someone who sent a thing saying they need website help link, but all they did was send that, and I have no way to contact them. And then I have somebody else who's saying they're waiting to be let into the meeting.
Glenn, do you see anybody?
It was from a Linda Hurton. Is she here?
We have a Linda on the call, but I don't know if it's that person.
Yeah, I'm here. Somebody did finally let me in.
Okay, great. Okay. Just wanted
Thank
to,
you.
before
Thank
we
you, Linda.
continued.
So was there anybody else, Ellen, or is that it?
There was a Pat Peterson who said website help link sent from my iPhone, but it doesn't say anything else. So there's no way for me to get in touch with anybody. I don't know if
And they didn't call you. They didn't place a phone call, no. Okay,
So. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted
all
to
right.
get that said.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, Charlie, there are some outstanding items. I don't know what the board's pleasure is at this point.
Glenn, this is Peter. I agree with you that waiver requests in the past, we've normally just asked them to email them in so we have something. Because I don't think that should be done as a condition. But otherwise, I think if Charlie could do that, I think we may be at the point where we can do a conditional approval. Unless he wants to put those notes and stuff on the plan and come back. And then we don't have so many conditions.
Ellen?
The only concern I would have with that, Peter, is that if anything came back that there was an issue with the aquifer, he has to start over.
That's true. I forgot. He said he was going to look into that. So yeah, I'll withdraw.
The impervious cover calculation
is outstanding. Yeah.
It's probably
Not assuming there's anything wrong, but if there was, I don't think that's to the benefit of the applicant.
right. But
Yeah,
but that's a real threshold issue. And if for some reason that didn't work out in their favor, it could change the plan set.
Okay, that's fine. I have no issue with that. I could address the comments, draft the new waiver request, and then come back and see you guys in a month. And hopefully by then we'll have our DOT permit as well.
Oh, that would be good. All right. How does that sound to the board?
Lovely.
All right.
It looks to me like when we looked at the conditions, that there was the no wetlands note, the building elevations. We have to decide on active and substantial improvement. The Sugar Shack being just for personal use, the DOT approval, and the maintenance, put on the plan that they're going to be maintaining the buffer. So it appeared to me that there were only those 6 things, and I would think that 5 of them could be taken care of next to immediately. The DOT approval would take a little bit extra time, and then of course we have that wetlands calculation. So I would
Not wetlands, Lynn.
I'm sorry, the
Impervious
aquifer.
cover.
Yeah, the impervious cover. So it seems to me that those are things that are just pretty minor and could easily be taken care of very quickly at the next meeting.
Yep.
I agree.
May I just add one thing?
Glenn.
The board at some point in the public process really needs to go on record as saying the parking spaces that I spoke about that are along the front that go closer than the 15-foot allowance. You just need to address that simply because in the future, if anybody says why they are doing it here and we might not allow it in a different place, I'd like the discussion to take place that confirms that Charlie is right. That's area that's already paved. It just isn't as actively indicated as parking as we will have done with this plan. And because the zoning ordinance specifically says the planning board has the right to make that decision at the site plan process, I want that to happen.
Okay.
Doesn't have to happen tonight. Has to happen before you give an approval.
Would that be a waiver?
I think, no.
It's not a waiver. It just needs to be discussed and confirmed by the board. Right.
So I think we should deal with it before we conclude tonight. So the area is currently paved. Is it currently used for parking?
I would bet it probably is at some point.
Charlie, I suspect it is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this seems to be, I don't know if anybody else is having a breakup with the Zoom meeting here, but it keeps coming in and out on me.
No, it's good at my end.
Okay, right now I've got everybody good, but
right,
no, it's an existing parking lot. As you can see, there's a fence line right on the right-of-way line, and none of the pavement encroaches within the DOT right-of-way. It is close, as Glenn had indicated. Right now, they're not utilizing it to its fullest. They do have parking along the front. There is striping there. Some of it's faded. You can't even see it anymore. Like I said, I was trying to capture as much space as I could here to get myself as close as I could to the required parking allowance, or requirement rather. And so I utilized that area. Not that you'd see that filled up with cars every single day. Again, as Bob pointed out to me, that he doesn't really need more than 30 spaces at any one time, or 33 spaces, I think he said, and we're looking around 47. So I think you'll always see most of the parking be in front of the building. And then I'm sure the people are going to take care of or take advantage of some of the spaces that we provided around the new warehouse out back as well.
Okay. All right, thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
All right, so how does the board wish to go on record with regard to this item?
Would you want a motion?
I think as long as the minutes can reflect that the discussion took place, we've covered what the zoning ordinance allows.
I mean, I'm comfortable with it based on the fact that it's been that way for years. It's been used for parking. This application appears to be making it more formal in the sense that it's called out specifically for that purpose, but I think it's been used for that purpose. And so to do anything differently now, I don't think would be appropriate. So that's my take.
And allowing this goes toward the support of the waiver that you have granted for the parking as it is. So if the minutes could reflect that as well, I think that you've provided the evidence necessary for the zoning ordinance.
Okay. And also the testimony by Charlie that it's not impinging on the state's right of way. Okay. Any other comment that board members would like to make about this item? Then I'm assuming you're in agreement, and the record will reflect that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Glenn, for calling that out for us. All right, so Charlie, you've got a fairly small list of things to work on, and I guess we'd be looking for a motion from the board to continue this.
Motion to continue to whatever time and date Ellen says.
June 15th. June 15th, 6:45. And Carly would be fourth on the agenda, but that's okay.
June 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'll need to get responses back by when?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't want to miss that date.
I don't have mine. Is Lynn looking
Responses
it up?
back by Thursday, June 3rd at noon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we're not done yet. We have to vote
I'll second that, the motion for June, say 15th,
Yep.
and with the responses due by June 3rd, all input due by June 3rd.
So the motion, Richard, you made the motion?
Yes.
All right, and Peter Coffin did the second.
Right.
Further discussion? All right, I'll call the roll then. Ellen?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Glenn Koppelman, yes. So that's unanimous. So this hearing is continued to June 15th at 6:45, although there are several hearings prior to that, so it won't occur at 6:45 in all likelihood, but we slate them all at that time just in case we have any drop out. That way we can move things up on the agenda easily. And it gives us a lot of flexibility that way. But just so the applicant and the engineer knows that it's probably going to be a bit later than 6:45. All right, any questions?
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Chris, you're coming back on, I assume? There he is.
Hi there.
All right. So Chris, you're back to voting. Steve, you're back to non-voting status.
Okay.
Does the board want to go to the next one, or would you like to do a quick break before we do this one? All right, I'm not hearing any screaming for a break, so we'll try to do this one, and then maybe we'll take a break before the final one. All right, so the next hearing is for Hawks Ridge of South Kingston LLC at 7 Route 125, tax map R3 Lot 4, Land Unit 4. The intent of the application is to amend an existing approved site plan to allow roadway construction as shown on the submitted amended roadway as-built and improvement plan. So this is a development that has been worked on between the applicant and the town now for quite a while, and it has a long history with it, but where we're at now is that there are some improvements that are planned, and I know that the applicant's engineer has been working with the town's engineer, and what we're hearing tonight is the result of those discussions and presumably the next iteration of the design. So Charlie, you're here for this one too.
I am. Thank you.
All right. So we have Charlie Zilch from SEC and Associates. Looks like Jim Dufresne is with us. Is there anyone else from the applicant's side, Charlie?
Yeah, again, Jim Hanley from Civil Design Consultants. He's here
Looking
with
for
us.
him. And I don't think I see him. Do you see him? Oh, there he is.
Yes.
There he is. Got it.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Barely.
Barely. Okay.
But I hear you, and now I see you, so
Okay.
it's okay. All right. Okay, Charlie, why don't you start us off, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Well, as you know, this is a little bit different from what you typically see for amended site plans. It's a roadway as built, as well as an improvement plan. So the intent of the application, as you said, is to seek approval to basically replace the existing approved Village at Granite Fields condominium roadway drainage design with this modified plan. So as the board's well aware, the previous developer of the site never did follow the original approved plans with regards to the drainage design, and it's never been corrected. And I know there's been a lot of issues with this, some litigation, and we're pretty much where we were way back then in regards to the drainage design. So now Jim Dufresne of Hawks Ridge, he's been actively correcting the drainage issues associated with segments of Bentgrass Circle and Mulligan Way, basically the two roadways that service the development. So with the cooperation of town officials and representative members from the condo association, we performed several site walks to identify the drainage areas that could be constructed, corrected, and to meet the intent of the original design. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Mark Vines. He had a site plan in here a couple of years ago. He's established up here at Granite Fields. He was tasked with making those changes. So basically in the fall of last year in 2020, Mark commenced working on areas where he could correct the drainage design per the original approved plans. Quite a few areas that he could do that. It was on the westerly side of Mulligan Way, on the south side of Bentgrass. He did as best he could. He also installed missing segments of the drainage at the outflow where it goes into the infiltration basin on the east side of the property. They finished the infiltration basin, but they never put the remaining drainage structures that remove excess flows from that basin. So he put all of that in. And like I said, he did as much as he possibly could. But as you know, the development is already constructed, is built. There's quite a few changes from the project plans. We found obstructions from buried or even above ground utilities. There was conflicting placement of houses in some of the driveways. And so it made it difficult. Mark could only take it so far. So what we did is again, with the cooperation of everybody, we formed a technical review committee. I know we had identified quite a few of those things at the site, on the site walks, but then we moved it to the next step where we started putting together a design plan, which you have before you, and working that through the technical review. So we did several meetings on that, trying to get the drainage to work per the intent of the original plan. And so that's the result of these plans here. You can see that there's a mix of, if you just kind of, I'm not going to go through all the details of it. I think we kind of hashed that out pretty well. But the overview is that there's basically a mix of open ditch lines per the original plan, along with closed drainage that has been installed and that can be installed along the majority of the two roadways to capture all that stormwater runoff and direct it to the two drainage ponds already constructed and functioning. So there's only one section on the east side of Mulligan Way where we needed to add curbing rather than go through a drainage ditch or try and get closed drainage, because there was so many structures there already or improvements there. So we really couldn't get around that. So overall, I think we did a really good job putting this together. It's something that Mark can go out once we have approval from the board and finally finish this thing. It corrects a lot of problems with some driveways where they were ponding in the driveways. It corrects problems where there was drainage running across driveways and through the yards and taking out established lawns, things like that. We capture all of it and we get it basically to go where it really needs to go. There's two drainage ponds. The original intent of the plan was to get everything into those for treatment before they were released. And I think we've done a really good job with it. Two other things. There was some lighting that was never installed per the original design plans, as well as some landscaping. We've added that back into this plan as a note that it's going to be put back in. So like I said, this is a roadway as built and an improvement plan. It's not really intended as a recordable plan, as a standalone plan. It's more or less like a construction plan. So you basically take that original 20 some odd sheet site plan, get rid of the drainage plan that was in there before, replace it with this, and this becomes the field plan that Dennis can go out and check and make sure that Mark's doing a good job installing this per this plan. I think it was a good way for all of us to get together, had really good cooperation with the condominium people, working with Glenn and with Dennis, as well as road agent. The building inspector was involved, as well as selectmen representatives. So that's kind of what we have right now. If you want to go through more of the plan, Jim's here to help us with that, Jim Hanley. Just let me know.
Thanks, Charlie. All right. Let's go through the town's comments first before we open it up to the board and then eventually public. Glenn, I know that you deferred most of your comments to Dennis since he's kind of the main contact regarding the engineering work, which this is all about. But you did caution us that we should consider invoking jurisdiction at some point, and you feel that we're at that point for this plan. Any other comments you'd like to?
No, I'm taking the big bail on this, as you've just indicated. I'm directing all of the attention over to Dennis, who has worked really hard over the last 2 or 3 years to help the town come to some sort of resolution on this. And so that's all I need to say.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. Okay, it's the Dennis show. Time for you.
Okay, thanks, Glenn, and thanks, Glenn. Thanks, both Glens.
Yes.
So I got copies of the plan on plan set on May 10th. I took a look at the plans, and it's true we had technical review meetings and talked about the specifics of each area, each section of road, and they've followed that pretty well, and this captured all of that information in this design. So my comments are the following. This plan is labeled as-built and improvement plan. This plan set shows a lot of proposed drainage, and it should be clear that it should not be considered as built until all improvements are completed. It also shows approximate locations of the existing buildings and unlabeled limited common areas. Because of the vagueness of these, I'm not sure the board should consider approval of this plan as approval for construction of both Bent Grass Circle and Mulligan Way as completed according to the approved plans, as noted as note 3A on sheet 1. Comment number 2, sheet 2 shows proposed drainage culverts, swales, and head walls along Bent Grass Circle. If constructed accordingly, this work is similar to the approved plans that were approved in 5/7/13 for this project, and I believe would fulfill the intent of that design. Also, a proposed light pole is shown at the intersection near the shed as required on the approved plans. That's a light at that intersection, and as you know, the chief of police likes to have lights at intersections. So, and that's what the intent of the approved plans was showing. Comment number 3, sheet 3 shows proposed drainage culverts, swales, and head walls along the south side of Bent Grass Circle and a portion of Mulligan Way. The easterly side of the pavement along Mulligan Way is proposed to have an asphalt Cape Cod berm. This will keep pavement runoff on the edge of pavement instead of having a roadside swale. This does not follow the approved plans or the town road construction requirements. In this case, on this section of road, I have no objection for this proposed construction and would support a waiver if that is required. I don't know if it is or not, but I certainly would support something like that. If constructed accordingly, I believe the work on this sheet would fulfill the intent of the approved design plan. And also a proposed light is shown at the intersection as it was required again on the approved plan. Comment number 4, this sheet 3 shows a proposed unit 20 not yet begun, located over the driveway to unit 19. It's my understanding that this unit cannot be built and should not be shown on these plans. Comment number 5, sheet 4 shows proposed drainage culverts, swales, and head walls along Mulligan Way cul-de-sac. It shows the continuation of the asphalt Cape Cod berm on the east side of the pavement. A proposed drainage pipe and catch basin are shown to drain the existing basin area where the sewer pump station is located. This basin over the sewer pump station was not part of the approved plans. It does not drain a large surface area, and since it exists now, proper drainage must be designed and approved. If constructed accordingly, I believe the work on this sheet would fulfill the intent of the approved design. Number 6, a proposed light pole is shown at the beginning of the cul-de-sac as required on the approved plan. Number 7, the existing sediment basin is intended to be an infiltration basin to fulfill the groundwater recharge requirements for this development and should be labeled that way. This was an amendment to the DES alteration of terrain permit, and the approval from the state was based on the revised plans, and this basin is shown on sheet 7 dated 11/8/2001, and also the approved plans 5/7/2013. It shows a safety fence to be installed around the basin because there are times when this device holds surface water as a temporary pond. The safety fence should be proposed and as it does not exist today. Comment number 8, sheet 5 shows details of the work proposed. Note 2 on sheet 5 states that the intent of this plan is to illustrate the proposed drainage improvements to the site only. I have no objection to the use of nyloplast drainage basins in this case as an alternative to standard precast concrete basins. The structures are made. These structures are made out of high-density polyethylene with cast iron grates. It is well documented that ledge is present on this project, and these units are not as deep as the precast concrete. The use of these structures will minimize the disturbance of the existing lawns and landscape, as well as fulfilling the intent of the approved plans. So those are my comments at this time, and I think that they've done a good job addressing all the comments that we discussed at the technical review meetings, and it really is good to see this work being proposed at this time. Thank you. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And I know you've worked hard on this for a long time, so nice to see that we're making progress on it finally. Okay, let me also go to department comments. We have one from the building inspector. It says sheet number 2 of 5 shows unit number 4 in a location entirely different from the approved plan. Dennis, is that the unit that you were talking about, or is that something different?
No, I was talking about building number 20 being on top of the driveway for unit 19. He's referring to the one that's on the corner where unit 4 was built more easterly, and it's not in the same location that it was originally proposed, but it's there now, and it's not completed, but it's foundations there, and the structure is built on the foundation. So I would assume that that's going to be staying in that same location.
And did the
If
town?
I can clarify, I'm sorry, go ahead, Glenn.
Did the town issue a permit for that?
If I can, that's actually Dennis and Robert are kind of talking about the same issue, because the building that is now numbered as number 4 is actually where number 20 was built. And it showed on a plan when we went to court as number 20, and number 4 was in the space that it was originally approved for. And the judge said he couldn't build it because you needed the access to the septic. So you and Robert are actually kind of talking about the same issue, because that's why he's saying unit 4 is in a different location, because it's labeled as number 4, but it was actually built as number 20 when 20 was moved across the way. And that's why you're saying number 20 can't be built there anymore. You guys are kind of talking about the same issue.
Now I'm really confused.
Okay. It's confusing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so Ellen, that unit that Robert is calling our attention to.
Yes.
Labeled as number 20 on this plan set.
Well, he says it's unit 4.
I know, but it's labeled 20 on this plan set.
He's saying on sheet 2 of 5.
Number 4.
Unit number 4 is in a location different from the approved.
Yes, because number 4 was actually to the
where 20 was supposed
to the left. Yes, number 4 on the plan is no. The building that's labeled number 4 on the plan is actually number 20, which was moved by the property owner without getting an approval on the plan and already built.
Okay, so my question is, the unit that Robert is calling our attention to is at least partly built.
Yes.
And the town is okay with that, has permitted it, or are there still issues with it?
I think it was eventually permitted.
Okay, Richard, do you know?
You're muted, Rich.
Richard, you gotta,
We decided it was going to stay there, and we were going to allow it to stay there on the grounds that the house across the street was not put in. It's my recollection of it.
Okay, all right. So the fact that that is shown on the plan is okay then. However,
that's one we referred to as the Tyvek house, right?
Yes.
Right.
Right. Okay.
But that's why number 20 shouldn't be shown on the plan anymore.
Right.
And that
is
what
correct.
Robert is saying agrees with what Dennis is saying.
Okay.
They just said it differently.
Well, not to mix it up too much, but I think at one point there was a plan recorded that moved the location of 20 off of Mulligan onto Bent Grass in that open area. where 4 was. And then,
It was next to it.
and that wasn't an approved by the planning board plan. And so the location of 20 is back to where it was approved by the planning board with the initial plans.
But that means number 4 went away.
Well, 4 did get constructed in a location that wasn't on the approved plan, but I think everybody's okay with it at this point.
That was number 20 that was moved to that location.
Now I'm confused.
Well, I think to make, just to clarify, I think the one that's on the plan identified as number 4. It has been agreement that it's going to stay.
Okay.
The issue is with number 20 and the fact that it had been originally moved over to the other side of Bent Grass, and now it has been moved back to Mulligan Way.
Okay.
Right. The other problem is that numbers 18 and 19 were not built as shown on the original plan, which is why 20 can't be built there anymore because it's on 19's driveway. So the solution to this, regardless of what the numbers are, is that the sheet, as Dennis says, sheet 3, proposed unit number 20 should be removed from the plan because it's not able to be built. And the number 4, which was originally, yes, Alan's right, number 20, is now considered number 4. It's been built, but they can't put a house where number 4 originally was going to go. That's access to the septic. So they've just renumbered number 4. It's going to stay there, but number 20 has to be deleted because we can't approve a plan that shows a proposed unit not yet built when we know they can't be put there.
Okay. All right. Keep yourselves a note on that because at some point it's probably going to end up somewhere in the list of conditions, I suspect.
Yeah.
Okay. Health Department. Richard, this is you, and I'm going to have a hard time reading your scribble on this one.
I didn't think I commented on this one.
It says, according to oops, sorry.
Next food court.
That's the next.
Food truck.
Sorry, that's the next one. Never mind. Okay, Fire Department. No comment. Okay. Comments at this time from the board before we open it for public comment. I don't see any hands raised. Okay. All right, so it's 8:24. Glenn, if you would open up the chat function and we'll do this the same way we did it for the last one. And that is all right, I'm hearing lots of feedback now because people have mics open. Please close your mics. If you're a member of the public, close your mic until you're recognized to speak. Thomas's iPad, would you please mute yourself? Thank you. Okay. So Glenn will open the chat function. And if you wish to make a comment or ask a question, just type your name and your address in there and we'll call on you. And when we recognize you, you can unmute and turn video on and we'll take your testimony that way. So it looks as though the chat function is open. And if anyone's having trouble using the chat function to put your information in, just raise your hand and we can capture you that way. Because I think I can see everyone on the screen right now. All right, first one up is Dwayne Brown of 19 Bent Grass Circle.
Hi. That would be me. I'm under Thomas's iPad here in the corner.
Okay. Do you happen to have two devices open?
Yeah, is yours open?
No, I'm not.
Because there's all kinds of feedback coming
Yeah,
from
there's,
your mic.
we're looking at it.
I am muted.
That one's muted, but let me see if I can move away a little bit. Okay, is that better?
That is better.
Okay. There's a couple of issues that we have here from last year and the work that was done down on Mulligan Way, which has not been completed. There's lawns that have not been properly graded and grassed. There's irrigation systems that were disrupted and haven't been repaired. There's the same thing that's going on up here on the east side of Bent Grass Circle. And to be quite honest, we've lived through this for 2 years. We kind of have an idea of where the issues are. And I would really like to have the opportunity to talk with both the planning board and the town engineer, which I have requested and not been allowed to do, because there's issues here which need to be addressed. And before we start digging up and creating a lot of extra work and additional issues, let's fix the issues that are remaining before we start creating problems where there are not.
Richard, I'm going to ask you as a selectman representative. This has sort of been in the hands of the select board at this point, up till now when it's come back to us for this revision. Is that correct?
That is correct, although I asked to be invited to the meetings, the TRV, or technical review meetings, which never happened. And I kind of washed my hands of this more or less and said, when Dennis is happy, I'm happy. And that's kind of what we've been waiting on. I know nothing about him being denied access to the town engineer or anybody to talk about this.
Dennis, do you have any comment on Mr. Brown's question and comment?
No, we had the technical review meetings. I've never had a call or call from Mr. Brown or any of the members to have a meeting out there. We had a number of site walks, and when they were present, we clearly explained that the drainage wasn't done right. We clearly explained that changes had to be made, and we had discussions with the applicant's engineers and put it in their hands to come up with the changes that will fulfill the intent. I think that what they've done is they've done the best they can to minimize the disturbance on the existing lawns out there, but it's the only way you can do it and fulfill the intent. And I think that they've done the best they could. Certainly, the people have lived with conditions out there that they might be happy with, but it doesn't fulfill the intent of the original plan. And that's where we have this conflict and trying to resolve the issues about completing the project, but it involves completing the drainage system according to the approved plans. And that's what we've been working on for the past 2 to 10 years, ever since they started the project and started building the homes. They didn't build it right to begin with. And that's where we have the problem. So I certainly can talk to any of the people out there. I think that Mr. Zilch and his engineers could also talk to the members of the association and explain it equal to or better than I can. So I guess that's all I have to say at this point. Hopefully that answers your question.
Just to follow up with Dennis, we did invite what I thought were the representatives from the condominium association. We had Tony Veligor and Mark Pouliot attend the TRC meetings on behalf of the condo association. So I thought they were in agreement with the proposed improvements that we're showing on this plan set.
So, Mr. Brown, you said that you've been denied access. Who have you been speaking with?
Well, I had sent an email to Charlie Zilch and was asked to be put on his email list. I got sent one email in return, and that's the extent of it. I did leave a voicemail for the town engineer at one particular point and received no return call.
Well,
I would really appreciate if we could get together one evening or something like that with the town engineer and Charlie Zilch and all of these folks and figure out exactly where the major portion of our issues are. And let's fix those major points of concern before we start digging up things and creating problems where we have none. And in that, I'm referring to the, it would be the northeast side of bent grass, where the odd numbers are, where we're talking about putting in swales. We don't need swales there. The ground has been graded properly. It flows nicely. Sure, we have a couple of spots in our driveways that the water sits because the driveways have not been finished correctly. And I believe that once those driveways are finished correctly, we will resolve those couple of issues. There's really no water that sits very long. I probably have the biggest pond in my front yard. And after a severe rainstorm or something like that, it's gone within 12 hours.
okay, so I don't know what the disconnect was, Dennis and Charlie, on Mr. Brown's trying to reach out, but it sounds as though in his mind there are still some unresolved issues. So perhaps you guys can have some further conversation. I mean, this is that technical level of detail on the ground that it's very hard to deal with at a board meeting like this. This is stuff that you guys, you engineers, have to deal with. So I don't know what the best way to make that happen is, but
Charlie, can you tell me the names of those individuals from the condo association again?
It was Tony Veligor. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Veligor. And Mark Pouliot. Pouliot.
And are they officers in the condo association, do you know?
I don't know their official title. They
Okay.
acted as representatives for the condominium association for the process.
They are both board members.
and they participated in the TRC meetings?
Several site walks and TRC meeting.
All right, and did they report back to the rest of the folks, Mr. Brown?
They did report back. And the last set of plans that we do have is not the set of plans that you have.
Okay.
So that's a little bit of a disconnect there.
Okay.
I'm open completely meeting with anybody. I myself am an engineer, so it's, you know, I can speak this.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say one more thing is that, you know, my position is reviewing the plans and what the intent of the original plans were that were approved by the planning board. Now, if the association wants to change the original plans and get waivers from what the town rules and regulations are, they certainly can do that. But my position is trying to fulfill the intent of the original design. And that's what I've been trying to convey to the owner, the applicants, the association members, and their engineers. Not only Mr. Zilch, but the previous engineers as well. We've had many discussions about that, and fulfilling the intent of the design is the plan that's before us. And unless you want to change the original plan and change the original intent of the plan, then that's a direction you'd need to go. I don't see how we would make any changes to the design that's before us now by having a discussion, an additional discussion. But that's my opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, as I said, it's very difficult for a board like this to be dealing with the level of technical on the ground issues that are at play here. And as a result, have been relying on the applicant's engineer and our town engineer to work on this and come up with something that will make some of the design that was originally approved work. Given the fact that there's already been, I mean, there are homes built, there's existing groundwork done there, and there's a possibility that some changes might have to be made, and that I understand that can be an issue, especially for folks who have property there. But I mean, we're stuck with a development here that was not built to plan, did not function the way it was supposed to from a stormwater and drainage perspective, and just a number of issues. And I mean, the folks who live there certainly know this better than I do.
And Glenn, please, that's my exact point, is that we have lived through this over the past couple of years while we've been going through the courts and all that kind of stuff, and it's been held up. I just feel as though we should have a voice in all of this, and there should be some, and I'd like to see some concessions made. Well,
but by having some of your board members attending the TRC meetings and participating, that is participation in the process. I don't know if the end result is going to be satisfactory to everybody, but there has been participation in the process. So,
well, as I said, I had requested to be part of that conversation, and nobody contacted me.
But you said I did contact you. And so
No, I told you that
you're part of that email chain, and that was the email chain was to set up the TRC meetings.
No, the TRC meetings.
I didn't do follow-up emails. We noted when we were going to meet again at those TRC meetings. So if you didn't meet at the TRC, then I probably did not send you an additional email. I relied on association.
I never received an email about the TRC meetings. I heard about them through the two board members. The meetings that were held to discuss what was necessary was never invited to, and I talked to that. And as a matter of fact, one day I met with a number of people at the top of Mulligan Way, and I was told that I would be invited to the meetings. I had every right to be invited to those meetings and never was.
Well, it sounds like part of the blame may be on your board members that did not let the residents know, that the meetings were happening, and if they needed to go.
All right.
Because you were represented.
To your point about the drainage on the north side of Bent Grass, I mean, you said that there's areas where some of the driveways do pond water. Well, one of the concerns that we have, as well as the agents for the town, is it may not seem like much, but over time, that constant ponding of water is going to undermine the roadway. It's going to undermine the driveway, and it'll be a lot more of an expense to have to resume or have to fix that at some later date. And so to get the water away and to drain it properly away from the roadway, away from the driveways, this is I mean, I know it's probably an inconvenience initially, but once it's established, you'll have a better chance of not having to maintain that roadway in the long term, it's a better plan.
I'm not totally convinced of that.
Fine.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Yeah,
Thank
Ellen?
you.
I don't know the answer to this. I don't know if anyone else does. Who has to be involved in the approval of this plan? Is Mr. Dufresne the sole owner? Does the condo association have to give approval? I don't know where the how it stands with who owns what as to who needs to be if Mr. Dufresne can be the sole applicant. I don't know. Does anyone?
Well, we took over the association about 4 years ago now, in May, this month, 4 years ago. So we've been running the association through the board and making the decisions. So I would say that there's probably some instance where the board should be involved in the decisions made with all of this.
Okay, Mr. Brown, thank you for the comment.
Right.
And if this, if this carries on further, hopefully you'll be able to make the contact that you had wished for, and with the individuals and the engineers, and other than
Thank you,
that,
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. If you could mute, thank you for now. And we have another person wishing to weigh in, and that's Mr. Robert Wade of 10 Bentgrass Circle. Mr. Wade, if you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Just a couple questions. What is required to allow the completion of the 2 unfinished houses on Bentgrass Circle? As I understand it, the one next to me, which is 8, which probably is your unit 4 or lot 4, that one's been in a state of deterioration for more than 5 years.
And that's a question, Mr. Wade, that probably is better answered by the select board, because they've been dealing with all the building permits and which buildings get to be built and which ones don't. But it sounds to me like the one they're calling the Tyvek house, the one that's been unfinished now for some number of years, is assumed to be a permitted building by the town and should be built at some point. And the one that the other one, number 20, probably not, because there were changes made to the plans, houses were moved around after the planning board approved this design, and without planning board's input on it. So, but it's been in the select board's hands for a number of years now.
The 2 houses that I think he's talking about, we said in the site walk, and Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, but that we wanted the drainage in front of them straightened out before they were approved. And then the building inspector has asked for an inspection on the site, which I understand has not been allowed. We got a letter on one of them from I think it was a supply house, saying that the house was in good shape, but it was it was not a structural engineer or anything. Robert wants to see the amount of deterioration that it has had over the past years from being open. And I don't think that has ever happened, as far as I know. But that was one of the concerns on the site walk, was to get the unsightly houses done, and so it was not an eyesore for the neighbors.
It seemed to me that the town, in its wisdom, would want to increase its tax revenues by completing these 2 houses.
That's true, but at the same time,
but
this shouldn't be happening.
At the same time, there's so much feedback I can hardly understand you, but at the same time, that was leverage to get the work done that needed to be done.
wouldn't a performance bond have been just as much leverage, if not more?
We've asked for a performance bond as well on the paving and some other things.
And you sent it back to Jim.
I can't understand you. I'm getting so much feedback.
I said that on the performance bond, it was returned to Jim DeFranz.
I don't know if anything's ever happened to it. Do you know, Dennis? The one that you guys worked out on the paving and everything?
Well, the performance bond is not on the construction of the homes.
That is correct.
But the performance bond would have addressed the drainage issues and allowed the houses to be finished.
Well,
If I can, I understand Mr. Wade's frustration, but that boat has sailed. So maybe we can go forward with what we're going to do to get the process going again, to get everything completed so the neighbors don't have to have these issues before them anymore.
Yeah.
I agree that having the scales and stuff according to the original plans is inevitable. You know, it's hard to say that. I love my neighbors and they're not looking forward to it, but they will accept it.
Okay, Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, your audio is really broken up. We're having a hard time, but I think we've got the gist of it. Did you say you had a couple of comments? Was there something further?
That was the second one. The performance bond was the second one.
Okay. All right, thank you. If you could go ahead and mute yourself for the time being, thank you. We have a comment in here from Mr. Bork, and you did not put your address in there, Mr. Bork, so I'm going to ask you to unmute and please state your address for us.
You mean my residence address, 13 Mulligan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, 13 Mulligan Way, Kingston. And Terry already asked the question regarding trying to get those two houses finished. We're just wondering if the builder had the go-ahead to finish those. So
one of them yes, and one of them no, I believe.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've answered that one then, I guess. Okay. Does the town own the roadway, or who takes care of that roadway? Who's responsible for it? The HOA?
Dennis, that's private road, right?
That is correct.
Yep. So it's the HOA that's responsible for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other names in the chat. There are some other folks on the call here. Is anyone having trouble accessing chat to make a request? And if so, just raise your hand and I probably can see you. I'm not seeing any others. Okay. Glenn, do you see anything else in chat?
I do not.
Okay, so at 8:49, we'll go ahead and, oops. Boy, I'll tell you, Joyce or Ken, you got it right under the wire. Ken Halkin of 4 Mulligan, go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, first of all, thank the board for acknowledging that unit number 20 cannot be built and I'm saying that as the owner of unit 19. That unit 20 cannot be built across the middle of my driveway. I think that's been an ongoing debate that we only learned about after we bought our house. But the plan as written, the improvement plan as written, does show unit number 20 right across my driveway. And the driveway shows improvements necessary for the drainage plan. So again, I think what I'm hearing tonight is an acknowledgement by the board that unit 20 cannot be built at that location. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's my understanding. And
Thank you.
that's what I'm hearing from several other folks on the call, including our town engineer, hopefully I'm not misquoting him.
I'd be willing to take that depiction of that unit off of the plan set in order to move this forward. I mean, this plan set is basically about drainage, and I don't want to see it get held up because of the debate about unit 20. I'd be willing to take it completely off the plan set. I do have a note on there that basically says that this is, any approval for this is just for the drainage design, the lighting, and the landscaping. That's it. It doesn't approve locations of units, how many units, where the units are, how they're built, any of that. It's all about drainage, landscaping, and lighting.
Or if, at the very least, Charlie, if it's not taken off, some designation that it's not an approved. Maybe it was shown on the original plan, but based on what's happened in the interim, it's a non-buildable situation.
I'll take the proposed unit entirely off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, Mr. Halkin, you're okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm ready to close public comment. Going once, twice. At 8:52, public comment is closed. Okay. All right, back to the board. Questions from the board, discussion, and what is your pleasure with moving this forward somehow, some way?
Well, I really still don't know who is the principal of the changes that need to be made. Dennis, perhaps you're aware, maybe there are no changes that has to happen on any property that Mr. Dufresne doesn't specifically own. But if this is a condo association and they have a certain percent, I seriously just need somebody to tell me that it's fully Mr. Dufresne who's the applicant and that the condo association has no right to be involved in the application process. I don't know that.
My assumption is that Mr. Dufresne has assumed the role of the developer, and the developer has the obligation to finish the roadway per the approved plan. And hopefully this is the approved plan.
I'm not challenging the answer. I was just looking for one. So if
Well,
that,
I'm glad you asked the question, Ellen, because I started wondering myself as we were going through some of this discussion, because it's always been my assumption that it was Mr. Dufresne as the developer who was responsible for getting this plan done the way it was approved, or some approved adjustment to it after the fact. But
That was my understanding as well, and that the condo board was in there as a courtesy.
okay. Glenn, do you have any other thoughts on that, or any opinion different?
No, the running supposition has been there's road work that needs to be done, and the town was only looking at one individual as being the party responsible for the costs of those corrected improvements, and that's Mr. Dufresne.
And he has contracted with Mr. Vines to do the road work. He's solely responsible for that work.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Dennis, as you were going through your comments, there are some follow-up items here, right?
Yeah, I think one of the important things on my comments is that the title is as built, and at this point in time, I don't know if this plan should be labeled as built as much as it should be labeled roadway drainage improvement plan. Once the work gets done, I'd like to think that an as-built plan can be provided that basically shows that this was once this plan gets approved to do the work, that at that point in time, then an as-built plan of the road and the drainage can be provided, And that would be a good point for a checkoff to the town, the planning board and the selectmen to allow construction work on the dwellings to continue. So that, I think, is one of the big things on my comments.
So a relabeling of this submittal and then eventually an as-built to be submitted to the town once everything's completed.
That's what I'm getting at. I think
Well, that's what I'm just trying to interpret. It. That's what I was hearing you say.
Exactly.
Okay. Does the board have any issues with that? Okay. Charlie, do you understand what?
No, I'd be willing to make that a condition of approval. I'll change the plan title to get rid of the word as-built and then provide an as-built at the time that it's completed.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, great. Okay. Dennis, there was another item here where you talked about where I circled it. It said, it's number 3 on your sheet, talking about, let's see. This does not follow the approved plans or the town road construction requirements. In this case, on this section of road, I have no objection for this.
It's for the berm that's on that easterly side of Mulligan Way. The approved plans show drainage swales along the edge of the road. That section, because it's at a steeper slope, I feel that a berm along that side will fulfill the intent of shedding the water quickly and not impacting the gravel and the pavement of the road. Yep. So that section of roadway, it's designed to be a Cape Cod berm, and I would, if the board feels as though that section of the road requires a waiver from the requirements of swales to be constructed on roadways, then a waiver certainly would support a waiver. But again, that is a type of thing similar to the previous plan that we talked about tonight of fulfilling town requirements for construction and having a waiver for things like that.
Could this be considered a field change?
Well, it's a field change, yes, but it's also something that diverts away from what the town requires for road construction. So if you look at the town regulations and the town cross sections of what a road needs to be, this does not follow that. So if it doesn't follow the rules, regulations, then typically it requires a waiver.
All right. How does the board feel about that? And if you're in agreement with Dennis, then we should be directing the applicant to make that request.
I would follow Dennis's advice on that and see if Mr. Zilch could please send us a waiver so that we could vote on it tonight.
Okay. Any board member feel differently than that? All right. Seeing no opposition, then I'm assuming that we're in agreement with Dennis's suggestion on that one. We've already talked about Unit 20. That's going to be removed from the plan. Those were the things I highlighted, Dennis, from your comments. Did I miss anything critical, do you think we should be dealing with?
Not really. The use of Nile class drainage basins are, that's something that is just a different type of product. And so I don't feel as though something like that would require a waiver, even though the original plans show concrete, nyloplast, there's still catch basins, they still fulfill the intent. So I don't think a waiver is required for that.
Okay.
That's my opinion anyways.
Okay. All right. Okay, so what is the board's pleasure at this point?
I think that if Charlie could get us the waiver, so we could vote on that tonight, we could certainly do a conditional approval tonight so that the road can be repaired or rebuilt and the final units can finally be released and for construction. We can get rid of the eyesores in the development.
Right. Well, Charlie, while you're thinking about that and working on that, perhaps, I don't recall that we took a vote on jurisdiction on this yet, or did I just miss it?
I make a motion, we accept jurisdiction.
Second.
Motion by Lynn, second by Richard. Further discussion? All right, I will. Ellen, we didn't do that yet, right?
No,
I have to go back, but I don't remember you taking a vote.
I
you
don't.
did not.
Oh, okay. All right, I will call the roll then. Ellen?
Yes?
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman is yes. So that's unanimous. That starts our statutory time clock for reviewing this and coming to a decision. Okay. Charlie, how you doing?
I'm just about to text it over to perhaps Dennis or Glenn, either or.
Well,
Maybe
maybe
to the planning board.
how you could do it to the planning board email.
I got it right here.
And what's the address there?
PB at KingstonNH.org.
bb@kingstonnh.org.
Correct. PB as in peanut butter or planning board, or, but not jelly. While Charlie is wrapping that up, any other comments from the board? Okay.
Hopefully it'll pop up in a second.
Let's see. You all talk amongst yourselves on it. Here it is.
Rather hastily written, but I think it gets the point.
Oh, where'd I go? Oh, there it is. Village at Granite Fields, please waive the requirement for roadway wheels. Sorry, it's opening on my wrong screen, but yes, we do have it. Let me get it to move. Okay, says, dear members of board, please waive the requirement for roadway swales and in place provide a section of curbing along the east side of Mulligan Lane is shown on the submitted plans.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second to grant that waiver. And this is for the reasoning.
For the reasoning that it will fulfill the intent of the project.
And as explained by the town engineer.
Yes.
Dennis, did we have a specific section of the regs that, did you identify? No, you didn't. Okay. Normally, we would cite the specific reg, but
It's a cross section. It's a typical cross section of a road.
okay.
Cross section. So I don't believe it's in any regulation. It's
Oh, it's in
typical
the
cross
design
section of the
standards.
road where swales.
Yeah, right, okay. So Ellen, is that okay? Can you capture that as part of the motion? Okay. All right, further discussion?
Who seconded it, though? I'm sorry.
Richard Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Lynn and Richard. Further discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Ellen?
Oh, yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
Glenn Koppelman, yes. Okay, so you've done jurisdiction, you've granted the waiver for the road, for that one piece of road design. Per Dennis's recommendation. Okay. What is
I
your
make a
pleasure?
motion that we grant approval of the plan dated March 23rd, 2021 for Hawks Ridge of South Kingston LLC with the following conditions. That the plan be relabeled as the roadway improvement plan. Condition number 2 would be that a final as-built plan will be provided to the town for final approval when the project is completed. And number 3, that unit number 20 be removed from the plan.
Okay.
Would you like me to also add the waiver that was granted, noted on there?
Please.
Please note the granted waiver.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second this, Peter. I'll second it. Dennis has a question here first.
Yeah. I
So we
also
have a-
mentioned, excuse me, is it all right for me to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, we have a motion by Lynn, second by Peter Coffin, and now we're in further discussion. So Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, I did mention about the fence around the swale, the basin. It's supposed to be labeled an infiltration basin and a fence to go around. That was one of my other comments. So hopefully that would get changed on the plan as well.
I'll add condition number 5, that the infiltration basin be labeled properly and the fence also, the surrounding fence also be labeled.
So seconded.
Right, so the motion has been amended to include that additional condition. Further discussion? All right, I will call for the vote then. Ellen?
I'm abstaining. And I'll explain that I'm just not 100% clear on all the changes that are going to be done to the roadway and the property owners, who actually owns it and has the ability to say that it can be amended. So I'm abstaining.
Okay. Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman is yes. So the motion carries. The vote is 6 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. All right. Okay. Thank you all. Appreciate the public comment, and thank you to the applicant and the engineers as well.
Thank you very much.
And it is now 9:10 p.m. I'm going to call for a quick 5-minute break here to stretch, and we'll be back to do the final final hearing in roughly 5 minutes or so.
Jesus, Tom.
have we got everybody back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, we got everybody. Okay. All right. This is our third and final hearing for this evening. Public notice reads that this is for VFW Post 1088 regarding Upstreet Food Truck LLP, and the address is 93 Route 125. It's tax map R10 Lot 6. And the board will be reviewing a request for approval for a mobile food unit parked in the upper lot with customer parking in the gravel lot. So who is speaking on behalf of the applicant?
I am Celine Costa, the owner of Upstreet Food Truck.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you today?
Very well, thank you. So I think you've sat through all of this meeting, so you sort of know how this is going. So we start off by asking the applicant to review for us what the proposal is, and then we'll go from there.
Alrighty, sounds good. Yeah, so we have submitted a plan to park our mobile food unit, our Class D mobile food unit, at VFW Post 1088, located at 93 Route 125 in Kingston, New Hampshire. So the plan we submitted is the original drawing with an overlay of the food truck, and then also where we plan for our customers to park. So that's the overview, and yeah.
Okay. What does Class D mean?
So it means that it's self-sustaining, that we can do all the prep, storage, and cooking within the unit. So it's one of the like the largest classes of mobile food trucks.
Okay. So there isn't going to be food prep done inside the VFW. It's all done in your space.
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Well, I suspect there are going to be more questions, but we have a number of comments from our town engineer and some comments from our town planner as well, and then town departments have also provided some comments. So we'll go through that, and at some point we'll be back to you probably with questions for you to answer.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this might allay something that Celine failed. My name is Derek Hines. I'm the commander of the VFW. We'll be hosting them. I would like to point out, and it might not have been explained, that the food truck will in fact be not only self-sustained for prep, but it is also self-sustained for disposal of water, disposal of grease. They will not impact our infrastructure in any way, except that they are drawing a 50 amp power outlet from us that has a approved electrical permit to be installed.
Okay.
So the point is that I know concerns have been raised about the septic and water supply and what have you, and it is a unit that is completely autonomous to our infrastructure.
With the exception of that one power unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ellen, did you capture this gentleman's name? Okay, I can't hear you, but I can see you nodding. Yeah, okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Glenn, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Have I unmuted myself?
Yes. You have.
All right, so I have in my comments that this is the first public hearing for this proposed, this proposal to permit a food truck at the VFW post. The board should consider a vote to invoke jurisdiction and begin the 65-day time clock for a decision. I believe the plan is complete for such a vote. The planning board has determined in the past that in order to allow this use on site, a site plan needed to be prepared because it was not a previously approved site for the VFW. And so this application has come forward. The existing site plan has been amended to show the location of the food truck and to clarify that parking for the use will be located on the gravel parking area located behind the VFW building. An application package has been provided detailing proposed hours of operation, which are proposed to be 5 days a week, Wednesday through Sunday. Their hours of operation in the beginning are proposed to be late afternoon to early evening, I think like 4 to 9 or so. But I believe that if things work, they'd like to expand those hours to include the possibility for sort of a lunch shift, so to speak. And they might expand those hours to be 12 to closing at between 8 and 9. And that package of information also included their proposal for a number of employees, and there would be 3 per shift. This site plan will not be recorded at the registry. And this, I should clarify, my take on this is considerably different than Dennis's. I find this used to be one that we are hearing because it was not a use proposed at the site. I find it to be really low impact. And so I looked at this as something that I thought would be approved by way of a letter of facts and findings that would be attached to the present site plan that's recorded at the Registry of Deeds. And that is something that we have done in the past. We don't do very often, but we have done it in certain cases, and I felt that this was one of those cases. So that sums up my comments on this proposal.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. And when we get to Dennis's comments, which are coming up next, I think the board will understand what Glenn's last comment was all about. So when Dennis is through with his comments and we go through the other town department comments, one of the first items the board's going to have to wrestle with is what level of detail are we looking for here? You know, more on the side that Glenn was proposing, or more along how Dennis was reviewing this as a formal site plan. So Dennis, why don't we go through your comments and we'll go from there.
Okay, great. I'll just try to go through it quickly, but again, I got a copy of the plan to review, and when I get a plan that is a site plan to review, unless I hear differently, I look at the regulations and I go through the regulations and see if the plan meets those requirements. So I did get the single plan sheet on May 10th and the information of the Upstreet Food Truck LLP business plan that was dated 2021. And so these are my comments. And again, going through the rules and regulations and comparing with the requirements for a site plan, I found this. Number 1, Article 9045G7 requires that the property address be added to the plan. The owner's name is located at the bottom of the page, but it's required to be in the title block. Again, that's, if it's not going to be recorded, as long as it's acceptable to the town, it probably doesn't matter where the owner puts it at the bottom of the page, top of the page, or sideways. It doesn't matter. Number 2, Article 9045G12, plan required to have a planning board signature block to be able to approve it. Number 3, Article 9045G14, if the site has an approved state DES septic approval, it should be noted on the plan. If there is a DOT driveway permit, it should also be listed on the plan. Number 4, 9045G16, the plan should show snow storage area. Number 5, Article 905G21, plan should show percentage of lot coverage. Number 6, Article 9045G22 appears all drainage sheet flow toward the rear of the gravel parking area and then toward the wetland and woodland area. Any stormwater management features should be shown. It just sheets flows off the back, and I don't believe there are any stormwater management features, but if there are, they should be shown on the plan. Number 7, Article 9045G23, show all natural features like the edge of trees, wetlands are shown. So the question is, should a wetland stamp be provided even though they're shown on the plan? The wetlands are shown on the plan, which is typically required. Number 8, Article 905G 24 and 25 show details of the existing proposed building, slab elevation, photos or drawings of the buildings. Number 9, Article 9045G 26, the large gravel parking is shown. Should this comply with 90414 parking requirements as far as number of spaces required, etc. And number 10, Article 9045G 32 show landscaping. Number 11, 9045G 36, this regulation requires lot line angles and monuments. The plan shows approximate lot line distances. Number 12, Article 9045H, the plan shows a brook along the rear of the lot. And this regulation talks about if this is, the question is this lot subject to flood as designated on the FEMA maps, and typically that's part of a note that's put on the plan as well. Number 13, Article 90416, any and all waivers received should be listed on the final plan. Number 14, wastewater collection, gray water pumped nightly. Is this an additional flow to the septic, which I think that we just heard that comment that it was not, but that was I believe that was in part of the upstreet presentation about how gray water was being taken care of. It was going to be pumped out nightly. So those are my comments. And so again, that's certainly something for the board to take into consideration, where some or all of these should be on the plan.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dennis. All right.
If I may, we were given a certain amount of guidance that a simplified plan, due to the minimal to non-existent impact on the property, was not required, considering that they're using an existing parking area that is already on our site plan. The food truck is going to be parked in an existing parking area that is already on our site plan. I guess what my question is that I'm not taking away, I'm just asking. You know, what you're talking about reflects directly upon impact, and you referenced at one point a building. We're not talking about a building. We're talking,
so
I'm just asking for clarification, because this is not what was given as guidance stuff.
All right. Well, first of all, the board hasn't discussed this, so I think you should probably hold your comment until we've had a chance to have that discussion.
Oh, okay.
We're still taking input from our town staff, and as Dennis explained, when he's given a plan to review, he reviews it unless he's told otherwise. He reviews it against the town's ordinances and regulations, and so he did that in this case.
Oh,
and,
okay, I appreciate that. I apologize. So I don't do this every day.
Yeah, I understood, but I think if you can hold your comment for just a little longer, we'll see where the board is going to go with this. And
I certainly will.
Okay, thanks. All right. Okay, Dennis. So thank you again for that. Let me read the rest of the department comments before we open it up to the board.
Glenn, you want me to tell my comments, since you said you had trouble reading my scribbling?
Scribbling? Well, let's see. Oh, and look at that. Not only can I not read it, I have 2 copies of it. So there you go.
All right. Basically, I said that the food truck has met all state and town health requirements. one of the conditions of the state is that she registers a commercial kitchen, which they're using the VFW kitchen for that. Doesn't mean they have to use it. They have to have one that they can use in backup situation. And then when you read Chief Briggs' comments, I would like to comment on those too, because he didn't understand something at the time.
Okay. Well, Richard, and I will read that because his comments are in here too, but how can you, and maybe this is just a legal thing, but how can you rely on a commercial kitchen that you're not going to be using?
That's a state requirement, and I don't understand it at all. And the guy couldn't really give me an answer on it. He said that they have to register with the state with a commercial kitchen. And I think that's so you can't run a food truck out of your house. I think that's what they're trying to stop.
Okay, Ms. Costa, would you like to?
Yes, please. We have a 3-compartment sink, which is what allows us to act as our own prep kitchen instead of having to have a certified prep kitchen. And that was the guidance that I was given by the Department of Health and Human Services. I do have a copy of that email if you guys would like a copy.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. Let's do, Richard, I'm going to hold the police chief's comments until the end. We'll do fire and building next. And the comments on this one are the same as the fire department's comments on the previous one, which that you need to comply with all National Fire Protection Association codes, and that you must comply with Kingston town ordinances. And then the building inspector has 2 comments. One, the plan from 1987 does not show existing conditions, parentheses, see attachment in red ink. And that, I don't have that in front of me, but I know that came as part of the electronic submittal that I got from Ellen. 2 egresses at rear right side of building, 1 egress blocked by sections of stockade fencing. Okay. And number 2, fenced in area at front right corner of building contains several picnic tables and a shelter. Okay, so I guess I'm not quite sure what he's saying. He's referring to things that are on a plan from 1987. Glenn, or does anyone have, Richard?
He's referring to things that are not on a plan. In other words, he says there's picnic tables there, there's outdoor use, and there's no permitted outdoor use at this site. And he said when you come down the steps, the other thing is that they've put stuff up that blocks the exit one way, and to turn the other way, the stockade fence is in the way.
So the tables and the fencing, is that something that's going in as part of this application?
It has nothing to do with this application, but it is a site issue that he was bringing to our attention.
Oh, I see.
Because this site has no approval for any outdoor use at this time.
Okay. Well, again, I want the board to be thinking about this, because one of the things, whenever we look at an amendment to a site plan, we usually require the existing site plan to be in compliance before we consider doing an amendment. So just be thinking about that as we go through this. All right, so those are the building inspector's comments, and we've done yours already, Richard. Okay, so then the police chief comments, I am concerned about accidents occurring as a result of the food truck. And the question then is, how will traffic be controlled to enter and exit, sight distance issues, and how will they control parking near or on Route 125? So I think that's probably a question for the owner operator here, Ms. Costa.
Well,
oh, Richard?
I I asked Chief Briggs about that last night because I read that and I said, what's difference in that comment for every business on 125? And what he didn't understand was where the food truck was going. You know, once I explained to him that it was in the back part of the front parking lot and that the food truck itself or people would not be a visual block, he was more okay, but he wanted to keep the comment just so at no time would they try to sneak the food truck up to the front of the parking lot and possibly block sight distances and everything else.
Okay. So you're saying then the way that it's being proposed should address his issues?
Yes.
And when you talked to him, did he concur with that?
Yes.
Okay.
But at the same time, he doesn't want that truck to work its way forward to 125.
Okay. So the applicant should understand, at least from from not only this board's perspective, but the police chief, that where you show the truck being parked is where it needs to be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's the extent of the department comments and staff comments. And so the board needs to have a discussion, I think, at the very least, to start with what level of review do you think is appropriate here?
Glenn, this is Peter.
Can I ask what zone it's in?
Isn't it C3?
So they didn't know. It's not written.
It should be on the plans, but they aren't.
I'm assuming it's C3 because everything from the Plasto line up to the start of the bypass on either side of 125 is all commercial zone C3.
I just want it on the record.
Oh, okay. I think I'm correct.
I have a tax map. Don't know.
You're
It
correct.
looks like C3.
Yeah.
He's correct.
Yep. Thank you.
He knew that.
I did know that. It's one of the few. It's one of the few things I probably did know.
You knew that.
Okay.
Glenn, I was
Yeah,
gonna
go
point
ahead.
out that
Go
we
ahead,
did have a
Peter.
discussion on this before, that the reason they're here is because we voted that it did require a site plan review because it's change in use. And so one of the advantages of having the checklists is that it keeps us from glossing stuff over and not asking questions, you know, like such as, is the site in compliance now? Or, for example, is there enough parking for both, especially if you take away all the parking to put the food truck in, and it's open at the same time as the VFW is. Is there sufficient parking for both operations? And so that's the type of thing that we would review as part of this site plan review. You know, we know how many employees they have, and she's given a good estimate on her business plan of how many vehicles there would be. And so it's low impact. It's not no impact, especially when you're taking parking places away from the VFW. So I do think we should review regular site plan review. We may not need to have a recorded site plan except kept a copy in the office type thing, but we should review the key items here.
Okay. Other thoughts from the board? Ellen?
I'm going to apologize for this ahead of time, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have talked about, and don't get me wrong, the person who's come in, she's absolutely charming. Her plan is great. There's nothing to do with that. We've talked about food trucks in the past. We've denied food trucks. We've denied people who wanted to put up a little building and just sell food. And one of the reasons why we denied them is because they wouldn't have proper facilities. They'd either have to use something across the street or put in a porta potty, and we didn't deny it. And I understand that C3 says establishments serving food and beverage such as, and it says, but not limited to, restaurants, cafes, and taverns. But this board has talked about last year trying to come up with an ordinance that would allow for food trucks and how we would deal with them, and we chose not to. And I don't think that the town of Kingston and the residents of Kingston ever voted to approve that they wanted to allow food trucks as an establishment that could go in on other establishments that already exist. And I personally think that if the town's going to allow food trucks, we should have put it before the voters to see if that's something they want in town. So that's my comment as we go forward. That I think it's different, that you can have restaurants, cafes, and taverns, but other towns are dealing with it by only allowing them in certain places, because once you permit this, where can they not go other than my house? Other than a residence, they can be any place in town. And I do not think that the town of Kingston ever voted that this was an activity, that they didn't have the chance to vote on whether they wanted this activity in town or not. And that's where I stand on it. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to?
I could take the opposite role and say we don't have anything that says they're not allowed.
That's not how zoning works. Zoning is by permitted uses. And the other thing is, we haven't given restaurant owners in town the ability to say whether or not they think that. I think there are a lot of issues about this that we're not addressing, and we're diving right into whether or not this particular one can be approved on this particular site. And I don't think that the town has had enough discussion about this particular, it's new. I don't have a problem per se with it, but I think the residents and business owners in town had the ability to discuss this at public hearings, to give their opinions, and we never gave anyone that opportunity. So.
Wasn't there an allowed hot dog cart or some food vendor in the parking lot of another business for a while?
We made him move.
Did we make a move, or the business? Or the business like got
No, the town sent a letter to the church that they didn't have approval. Then he moved to someplace else. He was at Rick's, and we told Rick he had to have an amended site plan to have him there. So I'm just saying that I just don't think there's been enough public discussion to all of a sudden allow this use, which then opens the door for it to be at every single place in town. And I don't think the public has had any opportunity to say whether this is something they want.
Glenn?
I'll take the opposite,
Well, I know
totally
you will. We
opposite
already- yep.
opinion. The zoning ordinance very specifically says they allow the establishment of food operations.
Mhm.
We absolutely said that this couldn't go in without a site plan review. It's been publicly noticed. It's been on the website. There was a hue and cry from restaurant owners that they thought this was an egregious assault to the uses allowed in town. My knowledge of the folks in Kingston is that they are not shy about letting us know if they think we're doing something wrong. We said that this use would require an amendment to this site plan, which is what has been brought before us. So that's my take on this.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, unmute yourself. There you go.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute, so I may be repeating something that someone else has said, but I clearly remember with the piece of property across the street from Carriage Town Plaza and the people that wanted to put a hot dog stand there, and they went through the whole site plan process and were approved to put their hot dog truck there, or were about to be approved, and this discussion did not come up at that time, and that went.
They were putting in a building.
They weren't putting in a building. They were doing a hot dog stand, and they were going to be using the plaza bathrooms until they got them. But we hadn't put the driveway in. We had talked about where the hot dog stand was going to go. I mean, the guy was a hot dog stand guy, and he wasn't doing a building. He was just doing his hot dog stand, and he's just looking for a place to put it. So he was buying a piece of property to put it on, and we didn't have this discussion at that time. So it sounds like we're kind of changing the rules in the middle of the game.
Other thoughts from board members? Okay. Well, we have some differences of opinion. Lynn?
I had a couple of questions. So I just wanted to be really clear. So the VFW property has an entrance at highway level, and then there's a driveway that goes around back where people park when they're going to use the function hall. And it's my understanding from this that the food truck is going on the upper level at the highway height, and that the customers are going to park down in the gravel parking lot that is the event center parking, and that they would have to walk up the hill to get to the food stand to make their purchase? Is that how that was planning to work?
Yes, the parking would be in the rear, and then they would walk up the driveway to the ordering window.
Okay.
Ma'am, we also, it's not just walk up the driveway. We also have a set of installed approved stairs that also go from the lower parking lot to the upper parking lot. So it wouldn't be just, I understand your concern of foot traffic within the driving area, and that would not be. We have a separate, completely out of driving area set of stairs that allow access between the top and the bottom parking lots.
And then you have some sort of accommodation if that's stairway for handicapped?
Handicap, well, we
Would have to do the driveway.
no handicap parking at the upper level. Obviously, handicap parking would, handicapped customers would be allowed to utilize the upper level handicap parking.
Okay.
The gentleman from VFW, I'm sorry, I only see your first name. I didn't catch your last name.
Hines, H-E-I-N-S, like the ketchup.
Hines, okay, great, thanks. Do you anticipate that there would be use of the VFW hall at the same time on occasion that the food truck would be in operation?
Given their hours, I mean, predominantly our functions are evening functions. We have 2 halls. So most of our day very rarely exceed 50 occupancy, which our parking lot is rated for 140. And I mean, unless the food truck turns into, you know, Nathan's hot dogs, I can't see that being maxed. But very rarely do we have parking issues, even with 100 in our evenings for our allotted occupancy. And the 40 that are allowed in the hall, we really haven't had parking issues. So I don't see it being an impact. If I had a large function that I knew was going to maximize my parking, I obviously would work with Celine and Scott. I mean, their father's a veteran. He's a member of the club. So they're very amenable to meeting and not impinging on VFW operations. We've discussed it. So I don't foresee it being an issue.
Okay.
And then also, if I may, in regards to that, the reason why we want to operate in Kingston is because we see Kingston as our hometown, and we would like to, you know, have our business blossom somewhere where we know people, and also bring good takeout options into the community. As young people, there's not much to do, and a food truck would add something to do as well. So we're not set on Kingston. If you guys, I mean, if you decide that the Kingston voters or you don't want us here, we can go to self-certifying towns and, you know, only come to Kingston days or when we're allowed to come to fairs and festivals as well. I just wanted to put that out there.
Sure, thanks.
And
Ellen,
can I just ask Ms. Costa to better explain to me, because I'm getting some confusion on the location of the truck, because Richard said it was going to be not in front, but then you're saying it's at the top. So I think I'm not visualizing the site very well. So if you could just clarify that for me, as where the location is going to be on the site.
Yes, so it is in the upper parking lot, but it's not on the side that's closest to 125. So it will be pushed back. So the food truck will be like flush with the front of the building, not any farther up.
So as you entered that driveway that brought you to the back area, as you enter there, you'd be on the right. You'd still be like the buildings there, you're kind of flush with the building in the front, and people will be driving in the back to park.
If I may,
Oh, sure.
ma'am, it essentially will be, if you can picture our parking lot, we have, upper parking lot has 2 rows of parking, one that abuts directly 125, and then one that abuts our lower parking lot. We have cars facing each other with obviously an exit lane between them. Where the food truck would be is, if you're familiar with where our flagpole is, it would essentially be on that side of the parking lot in that corner by the flagpole. I think the concern with Chief Briggs and us having it in that forward section of the parking lot would be that potentially people stopping on 125 because of the proximity to 125. But we've already discussed signage that, you know, parking is down back, handicap parking is up front, and to ensure that that doesn't happen. And anybody who did park out there would obviously be, you know, addressed to move their vehicle. And if that involved us putting up no parking signs along that front island that we have, I'd be more than receptive to doing that.
You brought up the issue of signage, and, you know, signage within the property for directing traffic and so forth is fine. You just need to be really careful, should you get approval for this, that you're not going to be able to do all kinds of, you know, flags and all kinds of stuff flying along Route 125 that might, you know, cause a distraction for drivers, and then it becomes a safety issue.
Yeah, no, we're familiar with all the signage requirements and what have you. I mean, we've discussed that just for our building alone.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to bring it up since signage happened to get mentioned, so.
Chairman,
Ellen?
Just again, based on your entrance in the front, and you know the spacing much better than I do, is there any concern with somebody coming in the first entrance to your site to take a left to go to the food truck with patrons in front of the food truck? Is there enough space for a car to drive by to park in the back?
Yes.
Okay.
And that would go back to our signage. It would direct people to food truck parking is down back.
Only because on the approved plan that Robert was referring to, there's a barricade that's supposed to be right there to keep somebody from going the top to the bottom. So I'm just saying that you probably want to amend that on the plan or something to remove it. It's on the plan the building inspector gave us on what had been approved years ago.
Well, there's a stairway that goes from the top to the bottom. That's what people are going to use. There is a barrier. There is a barrier to keep cars from driving from the top to the bottom.
I was just going by what Robert said. I don't care. I just didn't want this gentleman to get impacted by it.
No, I understand your concern of people coming into the upper parking lot with pedestrians out there at the food truck, that the proper signage and what have you will be addressed, so that that's not going to happen.
In all honesty, if this is a success and once it's established, I could easily see them moving the truck to the bottom parking lot where it's totally not an impact on the top, because right now they need the visibility, but once they have the reputation, they can go to the back and they'll have the business. I mean, the Mexican place in Newton is hidden in the back of a parking lot, and he has all the business he can handle.
that actually is our intent, was just to leave them up long enough to get established. And I'd like to, because their goal is to obviously put out some picnic tables, which we have plenty of room to do. So that people have opportunities to.
You need that on your site plan, so if that's what you
That
want.
will
we
be-
should-
Someday.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that'll be an amendment down the road, but we have to amend the site plan to move them down to the bottom parking lot.
gotcha.
So we would have fixed all of that at that time.
Your marketing's obviously working because I just went to Google Maps just to get a really good aerial view of it and get a better idea of where everything was. And your company is already located there according to Google.
Yep, we were hoping for it.
Other questions from the board? Or from Glenn or Dennis, for that
I got a
matter.
quick question, Glenn.
Peter,
Richard, did you go down there on Sunday for a parking issue along 125?
I went down there Saturday for a parking issue on 125.
That wasn't Sunday?
No, it was Saturday.
Yeah, it was one of those days I drove by. I knew there was a lot of cars along the road. I think that's what the chief was referring to as far as parking on 125.
Well, no, he's referring to people pulling in and out of the parking lot. He thought the truck was going to be blocking it. I talked to Mr. Hines Saturday, and the selectmen are sending him a letter tomorrow that he needed a special event permit to do what he was doing Saturday, and planning board approval if he planned on doing it in the future. They had an outside event with a lot of people and a lot of music and everything, which they ended at 7 to stay within the sound ordinance. And like I say, they're getting a letter tomorrow because their site plan currently has no outside uses at all. This food truck will be the first.
We have communicated with the planning board starting Monday and establishing the requirements. I don't know, it was planning board or board of selectmen, one of the two, my quarterman.
probably.
I spoke with Sergeant, begins with B today.
John Barini?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and so we were unaware, I mean, we, just before we had taken over, you have to understand, John and I and our entire board pulled this place out of the dumpster, for lack of a better word. We were aware of events that had occurred prior. We weren't aware that there were special event requirements in Kingston. Mr. Wilson made us aware of it. I spoke with the promoter. We're going to address the issues, obviously, handle them appropriately, take the appropriate steps, file the appropriate paperwork, get the appropriate approvals, so that we don't have a repeat of last Saturday.
Okay. Peter, did that answer your question?
I hate to.
Yeah, remember when I was just thinking, Glenn, remember when Cardi Let's got hit back there across from the street there years ago?
Yep.
Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
And I just remember that walking from one establishment from the other. That was horrible. And it's not
He
a
was
good
one
place
of
to be
the
walking on
officers
road.
of the VFW.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep. That's made me think of it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. What else from the board?
Well, how do you want us to do this? Do you want us to decide whether we're on Ellen's side or Glenn's side?
Well, the first thing is that before we start making any decisions, we should invoke jurisdiction.
Motion to invoke jurisdiction.
Second.
All right. Motion by Richard, second by Lynn. Discussion. All right. I will call the roll. Ellen?
No?
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
I think, yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
And my vote's going to be an abstention. So the motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. All right, so the board has invoked jurisdiction, means that they can now take further action on the proposal.
Yeah, Glenn, the reason I hesitated there was because we had the discussion about whether or not the site was in compliance now, and whether we can, normally we can't, as you said earlier, amend the site plan that's not in compliance. And since we didn't really discuss that any further, I would have hesitated. I think the plan's complete enough to invoke jurisdiction. But my problem is that if the site's not in compliance, we may run out of our time if waiting for them to come into compliance before, unless we want to waive that. And I know Richard just brought up the issue about non-compliance this past weekend. So I didn't know if there's other aspects of the current site plan other than what was addressed by the building inspector that would need to be fixed before we can move forward on this one.
Well, I guess I would see that thing that happened on Saturday was a kind of a one-shot
right
deal. It wasn't something related to the site itself that. But perhaps some of the, perhaps the things brought up by the building inspector, that might be worth considering.
And if I can elaborate on that Saturday, that was a promoter. That was not sponsored or planned or set up by the VFW. It was somebody that paid a use fee.
Well, but with all due respect, sir, it's your property.
Yeah, no, I know.
So the buck stops with you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, yeah, I volunteered for this too. I do.
Yeah. That's why you get the big bucks. So that's.
Now, what I am confused about is that when we're speaking to the right side of the building, we were talking about 2 routes of egress.
Right.
That was brought up. I don't know what that discussion was. I don't know what you're referring to.
According to Robert, there's stacked fencing there that's keeping people from leaving in a certain direction. So that needs to be removed. And he says there's a lot of picnic tables, and I think he said a grill and stuff set up outside.
Well, I still have 2 routes of egress in my hall.
I think those are documented egresses that have to be left open.
I have 3 documented egresses on that right-hand side.
Okay, that's between you and Robert and the fire department.
Yeah, no, I'm just pointing out that we have 2 in the hall and then 1 in the canteen. But the canteen has 2 separate egresses, 3 separate egresses besides that 1 that goes out into that courtyard.
If I may, the building inspector was pointing out that the plan that was being used is not accurate. He's not saying the site's not in compliance, because I don't know that to help the applicants out, I'm not 100% sure that the files were checked for previous building permits that maybe got expedited review so that it wouldn't be on the plan that's been recorded that Ms. Costa used to help her out on where things were going. So if everybody's hung up on jurisdiction, I did speak with the sergeant who talked about the fact that, yeah, you got fencing that was donated and it can be moved to make sure that the egresses are fine, and that you'll have to talk with the selectmen about the fact that if there's outside eating, you don't have permission for that and you shouldn't do it. That's an enforcement issue. But I don't think that the board probably needs to get hung up on the fact that the plan itself doesn't show everything, because if it was expedited, it wouldn't. It would be a different piece of paperwork in a file someplace that perhaps Robert didn't see or look at. I talked with the sergeant today or whatever, and he said that he would check into that and he would speak with the building inspector and address whatever needs to be addressed. So I'm just saying that I don't think that that particular issue should hang out the applicant.
So Ellen, thanks for the clarification. If this were to receive approval, I'm assuming that they would then need to get a certificate of occupancy, which would then trigger probably all the required inspections? Yes? No?
I don't know why I'm not getting into that.
All right, well,
I don't know that there's a requirement of occupancy for a food truck.
I
So,
tend to agree with that.
I would, yeah, I would
I-
not think there's a certificate of occupancy required because it's a motor vehicle, but the other issue would be is if we approved this, the site plan, you can make an assumption that if you have a food truck, people are going to be eating outdoors, but should that be on the?
no, not according to their plan says that it's takeout. And that
It's takeout.
It's takeout.
There's no eating on the
no
site.
eating on site.
No,
Oh, okay. But the picnic table idea was something for the future. If
no,
you,
it's something they're using now. There's a barbecue.
oh
No.
yeah,
Well, the VFW, not
It's not what the food truck's using.
right. Celine was
two
talking
different
about
issues.
a future of
Two different,
picnic tables.
That's a
different
future
uses.
improvement that would be addressed at the time because it would involve movement of the food truck, installation, and
Right. So that would come back.
that would be a later date.
so,
Okay.
Yeah.
so Mr. Hines, the picnic tables and that stuff, that's for VFW use.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's within our, the only access to that area is through our members lounge.
Okay, got it.
That's not public use at all. That's strictly member use.
Okay, thank you.
And truthfully, I don't know the status on it. It was here when we got here. If we need to research and gain clarification on its validity, then I'd be more than happy to do that. And truth be told, I want to get rid of the damn fence anyway. I hate it.
Okay. All right, discussion further from the board? Anything you'd like clarified?
Well, I guess the question is what degree of review we're doing, and if there's two types, we could do an expedited review, and that brings up the question: have the required number of expedited reviews already existed on that site, or do they have that available to them? And because there's a change use, is it eligible for an expedited review?
From what I could tell, the last review was when the back building was built.
But was that
was
that an expedited review, Richard?
That I don't believe that was any review. It was in 19.
Oh.
I built it long time ago.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
like 32 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
If the board
Glenn had his hand up. Maybe he's got some thoughts. And Glenn, you got to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I was not proposing in my comments at all that this was to be viewed as an expedited review. An expedited review doesn't require a butter notification or anything. We've done all of that for this proposal. My comments were aimed directly to the fact that this is a food truck, a self-contained food truck, located on existing pavement to provide takeout food. From my perspective, I almost can't think of a lesser impact additional use to that site. I reiterate, we allow food establishments in the zone. So my take is, I see this as one of the least impactful site plans I've thought that the board would experience, and am amazed by the degree of discussion we've had here tonight, which only goes to show me how little I understand the board I've worked with for 35 years.
Glenn, what on which type? I'm trying to establish here. What type of review are you talking about here? If we had a food truck ordinance, as Alan points out, we would know they would be reviewed under the requirements for establishing a food truck. But under our planning regulations, there's procedures. And so which set of procedures are you planning that we use to review this food truck proposal?
I propose that the board say that this is a very low impact use, and the site plan review regulations almost in total don't apply. We're not constructing a building. We're not changing the paved areas on site. So
You're suggesting we go through and waive all the requirements that are non-applicable?
yes,
Okay, so we'd have to go through the list and just say we want to, maybe they would have to say we want to request a waiver from, I know whatever, is that how you propose that? Waiver requests?
They'd have to do 50 waiver requests. If we
Yeah, I
do
only
that.
got the first 5.
I mean, we have this discussion a lot about being fair to all businesses. Why do we make one business go through a site plan for a change of use and then not even request waivers? Especially where we don't have an ordinance that would easily state, that, here's the procedure.
my answer to that is that those site plans where we've had a change of use that has created the need for a full site plan review is because the change of use changed the entire site. And it went in one instance, from say a church to a carpentry store. Or at one point, the desire was to change that church into a
Music facility.
Right, and so everything was changed in that instance. The whole concept of site plan review is land use impacts. And from my perspective, there aren't land use impacts associated with this. You're on a commercial site that, save the fact that it's a veterans hall that actually has the ability to serve food because it has a commercial kitchen. That hasn't been the typical use of the site. And so we deem the need for a food truck that provides takeout service to require a fully noticed site plan review hearing, so that anybody who felt there was an issue had full opportunity to avail the planning board of their ideas as to why that was the case.
Okay, so we're at that point. We're doing a site plan review. You just, and here we are. So what are the procedures?
If the board feels you need waivers, why don't you just say you're going to waive everything listed on Dennis's sheet? That makes it easy. Just saying, if that's what you think you need.
Well, if following along with that, if the board were to agree with what Glenn is suggesting, I would think that the board could say that for the reasons stated by Glenn or whoever would like to state them, that the traditional or the usual requirements under site plan review regs are not applicable in this case. And by saying they're not applicable, then you're sort of relieving the applicant of having to make the request for the waivers, I would think. I don't know if that's really a legit way to do this, but
Glenn, what happens when somebody goes down to the commons with a food truck? Do they get a special use permit? How do they do that?
well, they would go to the select board if it were an occasional use thing.
Okay.
But if they wanted it to be more of a regular use thing like this, I'm guessing they'd have to come to planning. What do you think, Richard?
I don't.
Maybe this is something that we could do. Go to the selectmen for a conditional use.
Well,
so we can wrap our heads around this. We're not making a rash decision tonight.
Well, the thing about it though, Peter, is that if it were somebody wanting to go onto town property, that probably falls into the select board's hands.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference. Here we've got an established parking lot. We're getting it off the road. We're putting it on private property. It's a big difference in there and on the plains or, and some parking lot. that has a lot of public access. This does not.
I was just trying to get like a special permit or something to expedite this process so we can find out what's going on and get some more information on it. Because it sounds like everybody's just kind of going both ways here.
Well, clearly there is a difference of opinion, that's for sure.
That's correct. I
what
personally
would
wouldn't want to vote either. I wouldn't personally want to vote either way that have it be wrong. I mean, I'm all about a person trying to start a business and make a living, but you are going to be setting a precedence by making this positive, the affirmative vote. You're setting a precedence with this vote you're going to make tonight. So that's that's what I'm thinking about.
Why don't we do this? Why don't I approach Sumner and get a opinion from council?
Maybe a good idea. I mean, like I said, I think you're going to set a precedence tonight by making this decision. So that's one thing. I mean, I'm all for this person going on trying to make a living. I'm all for it. I own my own business. I know what it's like. But you're setting a precedence for everybody else to do the exact same thing in town. So I just think you got to think about it a little bit more, because maybe you should ask Sumner. That might be a good idea.
And many other towns are welcoming food trucks and begging them to come. And
I agree with you.
I would have loved it if the Board of Selectmen set up an area on the plains to let food trucks come. And that way it's in a certain place, it's a whole thing, but I think this is an absolutely lovely woman who seems quite bright, and I would like her to have her own business, but I have concerns about, as Peter's saying, what the precedent is now set for the rest of the town. Her business plan seemed great. She seems very bright. She sounds like she'd be a great addition. It has nothing to do with what she wants to do. It's sort of the overall guiding principle of it. So I just want you to know that I thought she seemed great.
Yeah. And I'm not against this project, but the problem was we should have made this clear back when we voted for a site plan review. We kind of told them that if they come for a site plan review, we would do it. I'm not trying to say we shouldn't. I just think if you come here and after asking them to come for a site plan review, and then you say it's not applicable, I get the impression it's like, well, you guys don't know what you're doing. You said it was required. Now you're saying not required when we finally get here to you. But I certainly think that if Richard can get an opinion fairly quickly from town council,
I can get it quicker than our next meeting.
Yeah, that would certainly answer some of these questions about setting precedent and allowing this, because as I said, we should be following a procedure, and we should be fair to everybody. Follow the same procedure. Everything. I don't think we should bring people here for a site plan review and then waive the site plan review.
All right, Glenn, you had your hand up.
Yes. At risk of sounding like a broken record, the precedent that you're setting here is you've undertaken a site plan review for a use that is almost entirely the approved use on the site. You are at a veterans hall where people gather for, I'm assuming on some occasions, food, but absolutely always drink. You have a site that has been designed with a building and a parking area, and a safe access on a state road. By the way, they have to inform the state of New Hampshire that there's a change to the access way by a new use. So if the state of New Hampshire finds it egregious, they're going to make VFW do changes to the access point. So the idea of a precedent is, the precedent here is you're undertaking a site review to, from my perspective, either approve or disapprove a use that's almost the exact use that site is used for. If somebody came in and wanted to put a food truck on a used car site, the site review process would be different. If they wanted to put it on their piece of property, where there was no improvement, where there was no graded parking areas, that site plan would be different as well. You never hear me come to the board and say, I propose we do a site plan and then eliminate all the requirements for site plan. What you're hearing me say this time is, we said that the food truck use is different than the approved use on the site. So they should do a site plan. And I believe we did have a discussion that they didn't have to do a newly engineered plan, but perhaps I imagined that myself.
That happened. I have the emails.
So that's the point I'm trying to make, is I'm a pretty conservative guy when I talk to this board. And in this instance, I find my take directly in opposition to a majority of the board. So I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for my belief that the kind of site plan that this use requires is really minimal. And having kicked that horse to death, with one last kick, I'll shut up.
Well, I must say, Glenn, I can't remember the last time that I've heard you quite so impassioned about a particular position that you've
Well,
taken.
what is the site used for right now?
Glenn, I'm not I don't want to argue it. I'm just making the comment.
Glenn, I agree with you.
Thank you, Richard. We can go down together and we can drink sorrowfully at some point.
Or come to the food truck.
I'd rather have the fried chicken than a drink.
Okay. All right. I don't know how much longer we want to belabor this. We can go a couple of different ways here. I don't know what the board's pleasure is, but if you think you'd like further guidance on it, we know that Richard is willing to speak with counsel. We could delay the further discussion on this to a future meeting, or if you think you have enough information and you're ready to go, and we can deal with it tonight.
Well, I guess my issue is that if I were to make a motion, and if it got defeated, it would be hard to come back to the board with the same thing. So I think my thing would be to delay this one more meeting, get Sumner's opinion, and then go for Glenn's resolution if Sumner's okay with it.
You know, Richard, I agree with you. I think it's a minimal use of the site. It's almost like Memory's asking for a food truck. You know, to me, it's minimal. The thing the only issue that bothers me is the fact that it's a site plan review and the site is not in compliance in a number of different ways. And I think it's the precedent setting there that we need to consider. And that is the question that I'd like to see you ask Sumner. Because if Sumner's comfortable with that, then I would have no trouble with it.
And I'm not sure we're saying the site's not in compliance.
Yeah.
We're saying there's some issues.
I gotta say, I would never
have an issue.
I would never counsel the board to do a site review if there are known non-compliance issues. I had no idea that there were these issues until I saw Robert's comment letter. So never would I counsel the board that way.
And my guess is Mr. Hines would clear up those few items if we asked him to get the truck there. But
sure it would.
Sounds like our biggest stumbling factor is whether we're setting a precedence and that we should run this by Sumner.
Truthfully, I don't have a status on the existing, whether they're in compliance or not, because I don't know if approvals were drawn, I don't have any of that status. But if they weren't, I could rip that fence down and get rid of those picnic tables in an hour.
And in regards to the site plan that we submitted, Upstreet submitted, that was given to us directly by the planning board office as what they had on file. And the large copies didn't have the planning board approval, but the small copy that I sent in the electronic file did have that approval. So I don't know if the requirements that you guys mentioned weren't needed when the site plan was drawn or what, but this is definitely what the town of Kingston had on file for the site plan.
Just so you'll know, Ms. Costa, that's the concern, is that what the town has on file for the site plan is not what's on the site. And that's what the concern is. So you didn't do the wrong plan. You didn't do anything wrong. You did everything the way you're supposed to. But when the building inspector went out and reviewed the site, he noted that there were discrepancies on the site versus what had been the approval. So that just needs to be addressed.
And as I said, to modify, I'd be more than willing to. If that was done, those things have been there for years. I don't know what path was taken to put them there. But if they're obviously if they're illegal, then I'll just remove them.
Just so people know, if you're thinking of what Richard's talking about, for this particular thing, if it's just waiting for some information from Sumner, I don't see any reason why you can't add them to the June 1st agenda. Pulling it out a month. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, it'll be.
When Richard said within, by the next meeting, you could get an answer. I think that would be, I think.
I just didn't want anyone to think it had to go all the way out a month.
I think this is the type of Sumner, or the thing that Sumner will give me an answer in 5 minutes on. He's going to say yes or no, and then talk to me for an hour about why. But
Make a motion, we continue this to the June 1st meeting.
And I'll second that.
6:45.
All right, so we have a motion by Lynn, second by Peter Coffin, to continue this to June 1st. While in the meantime, Mr. Wilson will be seeking some
legal advice,
some counsel on the issue. All right. Further discussion.
my only discussion would be that I think it would be a big benefit to remove the fencing and the tables before you come back in, just so you can say it's been done.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would concur with that because I realize it could be considered a pretty picky thing, but technically we're looking at an amendment to a site plan here, and we're not supposed to be considering that until the site is in compliance. And if it's not in compliance, then it would be good to get it that way before we have to make a decision.
Roger, well, I'm going to start this week with probably the town hall and researching if any of the.
Okay. Glenn?
In the first
Yes, Susan came and talked to me on Monday and told me about what had gone on the site on Saturday. So in advance of the selectmen's meeting last night, I looked at the files that we have in the planning board office for this site. And I saw no additional approval that indicated anything about outdoor seating or the request for outdoor seating or anything. So my guidance to Susan on yesterday afternoon was that I didn't see that the planning board had given an additional approval.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. All right, anything further from the board before I call for the vote? All right, seeing none, just so you're clear, we're voting on continuing this to our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks on June 1st. Ellen?
Oh, yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Peter Coffin?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman is yes. All right, so we do have, what, one other thing on the agenda for that night?
June 1st, well, you have a couple of things. You have satellite,
Yeah, we have saddle up.
you have expedited review for 53 Church Street, and you have asked to bring CIP back for board business.
Right, okay. All right. So it is kind of a busy meeting, but at least it will get you in sooner than if we put it off for another month. And so.
Thank you.
No, I'd like
we'll-
to thank the board for expediting. Obviously, you know, these have been a lot of work, and you know, the sooner we can get them in compliance, obviously legally and, you know, ethically to working, I'm willing to do, if that means sitting through another 4 hours, I can do that. I spent 24 years in the Army. Trust me, a 4-hour briefing is nothing.
Well, glad to hear that. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys, for coming in, and hopefully we can wrap this up in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We've dealt with the correspondence that I had. Was there any other correspondence, Ellen or Glenn?
Oh,
I just had one discussion with someone who wanted to open a bakery, a bakery, sorry, at
in a bank?
Church Street Station.
Oh.
And she'll get a letter to the board.
Perfect.
With that request.
Okay. Any other business to come before the board?
One quick comment.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead, Lynn.
Richard, go ahead.
Town buildings are now at a mask recommended stage and not required.
Okay.
On that note, when can we start meeting again at the town office? Not by Zoom.
I think that our meetings will be there very shortly, but we're waiting on one more step from the governor, which is probably going to happen this week.
All right. And I fall asleep in my chair at my house.
Yeah, but the refreshments are close by, Peter.
You're down straight there, Glenn.
I just had one question. I was just reviewing the site plan review application for Sarnia. And I know we're not going to discuss it, so I have no intention of discussing what it is. But my thought was, if they want to do this, it's also changing the business that's going to be there. And we don't have the information in their site plan application that we normally ask for with a change of business. Number of employees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing that says is 24 hours, which nothing else in the plaza has. So I just think maybe somebody should speak to them and suggest that they provide the information that's normally required when there's a change of use.
You could probably go on Facebook and get all that information. So
I'll reach out to him. I'll reach out to him.
Open.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Richard, but it's not up to us to gather that information.
I know. I'm making a joke out of it.
Oh,
I don't read much Facebook.
I'll reach out to him.
I just thought it would just save them time and effort and whatever, that's all.
Well, it's to the applicant's benefit if they have the correct information to us. For time.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah. Anything else from the board? Or
I just
Glenn
think
or
that
Dennis?
the board should know that the office hours have changed a little bit for the planning board in that I'm no longer there Monday afternoons, but I am now there Friday mornings. So we have an extra day that the planning board office is now open because Glenn's there Monday afternoons. I'll be there Friday morning. So now the office has coverage 4 days a week instead of 3. So I thought the board should know. That's the only thing that's changed. But
And that took effect, what, just this week, right, Ellen?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Going once, twice. Okay, then without objection, at 10:30, oh, Dennis.
Oh,
You gotta unmute, you gotta unmute. Unmute.
I'm trying. I'm trying to say goodbye. Good night.
Oh,
Good night.
all right, then
We're all
without, thank
tired, so
you.
good night all.
Thank you. Then it's at
Thank you.
10:36. We are adjourned.